Ellen Fauser-Gorman. I'm a staff attorney here with the Public Service Commission. And as some of you may have already heard, Jeb Penny is not able to attend today's conference. However, the commissioners decided that since this is a time-sensitive issue, that we would go ahead and continue the conference as scheduled. So we want to thank each and every one of you for being here today, not only you in person, but those of you who are joining us remotely. We'd also like to thank those of you who submitted comments prior to today's conference. The commissioners are truly appreciative of your input, and they're taking your remarks into serious consideration. Here today we have Chairman Kent Chandler, Vice Chair Angie Hatton, and next to me Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. This is our fourth informal conference, and we're really not going to deviate from the previous three conferences. We have filed a list of topics to be discussed here today based upon comments that you provided. There are microphones in the front, and we would encourage you to use this area if you need to speak on these issues or any other matters that you feel the commission needs to hear. So before we get started, and I apologize for looking over this computer, before we get started, are there any questions or administrative matters that need to be addressed? Okay, hearing none, I'll pass this to Chairman Chandler to continue the discussion, and he can go through the agenda topics in the order of his choosing.
The staff notes yesterday just basically tried to take all of the edits and condense them into sections. Just as before we get started, for those that have had a chance to look at the notice of filing and the list of topics, is there anything that you all feel like for the folks that did file proposed changes, is there anything that you all feel like you proposed that did not make it on that list? Right. Let's start with applications. I've described in these before that, and one of the previous meetings, and I'm sorry it's so cold in here, but I'm sorry, but not sorry enough to like get up and change the temperature. So take it for what it's worth. I think, is that LGNKU that you all talked about the applications, when they're deemed completed versus, or how they're deemed completed, or was that you all?
I think we had a
Okay.
good chunk of that.
Okay, you all want to talk about that?
Sure, and maybe, can I turn it over to Paul Warner, who's
Turn it over to whoever you want.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having us all here today. I just want to start by thanking the Commission for its diligence in considering clarifications to its existing pole attachment regulations. From the KBCA's perspective, the Commission should adopt amendments that promote consistency, clarity, uniformity, and speed. And that, from our perspective, is what the legislature recognized when it tasked the Commission with streamlining the process and removing unnecessary delays in how attachment requests by broadband service providers are received and processed by utilities that own the utility poles. To that end, KBCA has tried to be constructive with some thoughtful, disciplined, narrow, and focused tweaks that we believe will have an immediate and near-term impact on expediting broadband. Our effort is really to help the Commission clarify its regulations, dispel what we see as existing ambiguity, and really just implement some tweaks, not overhaul its regulations. Our approach really is bullets, not cannonballs. And so in the applications, which you've identified as the first issue, we've offered a couple proposed tweaks to its regulations. First, with respect to the application processing timeline, we ask that the Commission tighten its existing applications and dispel what we see as latent ambiguity that, from our perspective, has led to unnecessary delays. From the KBCA's perspective, the review and the approval of applications has been a significant, if perhaps the most significant factor that's currently delaying broadband deployment, more so than any of the construction delays that we've discussed during past sessions. And from our perspective, one of the most serious problems is that utilities fail to respond to an attacher's application within the 10 days allotted by the rules. As a result, it's not clear whether an application has been accepted as complete and whether the deadlines set forth in the regulations have actually been triggered, and whether the utility requires some additional information. So in our comments in prior sessions and also in our issue list, from our perspective, there's not consensus among the stakeholders regarding when an application is deemed complete and when the shot clock has actually been triggered for a utility to complete the merits review of an application and then perform the survey. And so along the same lines, if a utility determines that an application is incomplete, let me turn up my volume here. If it determines an application is incomplete, there isn't a clear timeline for review of any resubmission, and clarifying that will go a long way to help avoid unnecessary delays and provide additional predictability around when the application is processed. So we propose some very narrowly tailored and specific amendments, which I'm happy to walk through with respect to the 10 days, and then also with respect to the timeline of review and approval of resubmitted applications. Importantly, making clear what a utility's reason is for deeming a prior application incomplete. With respect to surveys, we propose the Commission amend its existing regulations to provide for expedited review of an application if the attacher provides a survey to the utility with its application, which is often the case with respect to KBCA members. Our members often elect to take on the responsibility to provide surveys with their applications to try to expedite the process. But despite doing that, it really hasn't worked. Utilities continue to take effectively the entire 45-day survey timeline that's in the regulations, which generates and leads to further delays. So we have proposed adding a new section to the existing regulations that requires the utility to review an application and grant or deny it in an expedited time frame if and when an attacher provides a survey with its application.
Paul, let me just
Yes.
stop you for a second, because I thought I was mistaken. So the current regulations. Let's just go to what we have now, because I've got what you all filed, and I don't know that I have an appreciation for what you're saying in terms of the acceptance of the application, as opposed to this implication of the survey period and the connection of that survey period, or that the edit here seems to be connected to for some reason I felt like did you all propose that they shall take your survey? That if you all complete a survey, the utility shall use it?
Yes, I mean, that's provided for in the existing regulations. We have the option, not the requirement. The utility is required to perform the survey, but there's an option for the attacher to provide the survey along with its application.
But no, let's be clear about what I'm talking. I thought the regulation says that you all can do a survey and they can use it, but they can choose not to use it. Is that right? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
But
yes,
you all are
that's right.
proposing that they have to use it if you've done the survey.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's what I want to get to. It seems like your edit to the first section here on application is more related to kicking off that survey period as opposed to an the current regulation not being clear. But have you all had conversations where it seems that it's not clear in that first section? Because I get it. If you don't get a response in 10 days, it's accepted. If they sat on their right to object to it within that 10-day period, it shall be deemed complete. Either they tell you on day 3 it's complete, and that's the start of the count, I think, for the survey period, for the regulations, because it says so many days following the date deemed complete, or they sat on it and they didn't say anything, I don't know, they sat on it, it's day 15 or whatever, day 11 seems to be the first day after it was deemed complete, or maybe day 12. I don't want to get into some. Have you all had issues with utilities about their failure to respond within the 10 days, not making an application complete?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So let's
And
have
the-
that
the-
conversation. Does anybody read that current section differently? That at day 11, if the utility has not responded, the application was not complete?
Mr. Chairman, should we
Yeah,
come to
yeah,
the
if you,
microphone?
yeah, go to a microphone if you disagree. We're gonna get to the bottom of some of these. Short of a declaratory order here, we're gonna get to the bottom of some of these perceived inconsistencies, so.
And, Mr. Chairman, by way of,
Paul, put a pin in the, that second change for the new subparagraph, and we'll come back to that one in a minute.
Could we have each person identify
Yeah.
themselves, please?
Yeah,
yes,
name
by
and
way
time.
of introduction, I'm Eric Langley. I'm an outside lawyer for Kentucky Power and for LG&E KU. I've been participating in the previous informal conferences by video, but felt it appropriate to come to Frankfurt this time. And it's good to be here. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. Rather than talking at a high level about the various points Paul raised, I'll just
No, answer my question directly, if you
that's,
could.
yes, that's what I was going to do. We don't disagree that that is the way the current reg reads, that on the 10th day, if there has not been a response identifying the incompleteness, that the application becomes complete. We do think, though, that there are some other aspects of that rule that could potentially be improved to avoid miscommunication between the parties. One of those is the volume of applications that have to be reviewed for completeness within any period of time. Because the way the current rule reads, it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 1,000. And so obviously reviewing applications for completeness within a 10-day period is easier if it's 1 or 10, a lot harder if it's 900 or 1,000. The other issue that we want to bring to the table here is that the mere fact that an application has been deemed complete doesn't necessarily mean that it can be acted on in a meaningful way. And an example of that would be if, for example, the application does not identify the poles. If it only says a route along Sour Road, well, that is insufficient upon which to perform a survey. So,
But it's not, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Langus, maybe we're not on top of everything here, but we've said that a new attacher's application shall be considered complete if the application provides the utility with information necessary under its procedures as established in the utility's applicable tariff or special contract regarding pole attachments between the utility and the new attacher to begin to survey the affected poles. I would suspect that identification of poles is one of those some of that necessary information under either your procedures in the tariff or in a special contract, right?
it absolutely is.
So why would a utility have deemed an application complete if it didn't have all the necessary information?
Well, they wouldn't. That's what I'm saying, is the mere fact that 10 days has elapsed and the utility has not responded and said, hey, you didn't even identify the poles, doesn't mean that the process can move forward if there's still a missing piece of information.
Welcome to utility regulation, folks, and I don't mean to be rude about this, but we have 30 days to review all the hundreds and hundreds of tariffs that are filed with us. Just because we didn't act on it within 30 days doesn't mean the rates are right. It means that we didn't act on it in 30 days and they went into effect and you're able to charge utility customers for it.
What we
So
think
what's the fix here?
we think that the fix involves ensuring that the survey is done by the right entity. And this ties into the second point that Mr. Warner raised about the ability to submit a survey at the time of the application. We don't think that that is the right approach because in fact, LG&E KU used to do it that way. That was a discussion at one of the previous informal conferences. And
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a minute. So that's the second part. I haven't let Mr. Warner discuss the KBCA's perceived need for, frankly, the opposite of what you're saying, which is that the attacher should get to do all the surveys and everybody take them as they lay. And I think it sounds like you think that the pole owners should be the only people that are able to do the surveys. So we'll come to that in a second. But I just want to get to the point of, does anybody disagree that if the utility has not acted within 10 days, or the poll owner, excuse me, has not acted within 10 days, subsequent to that 10 days, the application is deemed complete?
Can I ask a question? Can you get all the information within 10 days to make sure that it's complete?
I mean, all the information should be
So-
Well,
given.
yeah, but you're talking about an order flow, so let's make sure that they're getting what they need on their side to be able to respond.
But they can just say no. That's what I'm
Well-
trying to get to, right? I mean,
Go ahead.
So Pam Ellis, AEP, Kentucky Power. I think the issue is the definition of complete.
Okay,
So when you propose to attach to our polls, you use our portal, you have to pick the polls you're going to attach to and tell us what you're going to attach. And then you also have to attach a route map. So typically for us, that 10-day review period is, oh, they didn't attach a map. So we say, you have to give us the map, or you didn't tell us what you're going to attach. We need that information. The problem is, once we do have that map, or they say, I'm going to put a half-inch messenger with a quarter-inch fiber on your pole, we hand it off to survey, and then they go to engineer in the field. There could be additional poles that need to be added. It could be that what they actually put on the pole is different than what they told us they were gonna put on the pole. So there becomes more of a, yes, it was a complete to check the box, but it wasn't a complete for what they actually wanna put on the pole. So it could take longer than that survey period. The completeness, I can say, yes, you gave me what I needed by day 10, but I can't tell you when I get to the field that if it's really what I needed.
yeah, but we can deal with that with the time periods in the back end, right? Amending, that would be, if it's something different than what they applied for, that would be amending the application, right?
Right.
That should have arguably a new shot clock or whatever it may be. We're gonna use
Agreed.
FCC
I just wanna make
parlance.
sure that we understand that complete is not always totally complete, to your point, I believe.
Right.
Does anybody have, and I just pulled up Kentucky Power while you were talking, and you all, I don't think do necessarily. Does anybody know does anybody know whether their tariff says, that tries to give form to the regulation that says, a completed application shall have this, and this? Does anybody have that in their tariff?
LG&E and KU do.
Yeah, so
For sure.
The cooperative's Appendix A, Form Appendix A in their tariff has a series of checkboxes.
And I believe Kentucky Power references essentially a policy manual that lays out those requirements.
That's not in the tariff.
Pam, is it in the tariff, the actual
policy?
itemization of
I honestly
requirements?
can't remember, I'm sorry.
One of these references construction standards that we can give you, but that's not.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm just gonna pick a co-op. They're all conformed, do you think?
They should be.
Okay.
And I think that I wanted to, as Sean knows, McLean Engineering for the co-ops, I wanted to offer support for the comment that, and Mr. Chairman, I think your comment is exactly right, that it's, the way the tariff reads is deemed complete after 10 days. But there's a difference between complete and correct. I think that's, containing accurate information to make a judgment.
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things that the utilities are struggling with on this completion issue is that we don't disagree that the edit that KBCA has proposed, especially the first edit about the survey period beginning, we don't think that is improper. I mean,
I think that's already the case today, right? If
Yes.
it's deemed completed, the next step is the survey. So if one's clock has ended, the next clock, this is the burden shifting I've talked about.
Correct.
Moves on to the survey. Okay.
We agree with that as far as it goes. What we're saying is that the focus on what is technically a complete application may miss the more important point about what is a correct application upon which action, that important next step, arguably the most important step in the process, the survey can be taken.
Okay, so let's just say that all of us live, it's not a fantasy world, right? We all have our own obligations. I have to pay my insurance by a certain date or my insurance expires. To pay my mortgage by a certain date, they kick you out, they take your home away from you. Is 10 days too short? Do you not have the people to review it within 10 days? Is this a concern around somebody amending their application after the fact? And let's just like we don't have a lot more time to come up with the real answers to this. So what is the problem here in terms of this deemed approved or completed application? We're not even talking about approving the application. We're just talking about, did you provide us the minimum amount of information? Do folks need in their tariffs to be more descriptive about what is necessary, what information is necessary for you all to review it for completeness? Is it 15 days that's necessary? Is it a different notice prior to filing the application? Is it a, you can only file X number of applications per day? What is it that we can get to a brass tacks here and fix this issue?
I think two of those questions are probably best answered by Pam and John, and then the other three are probably best answered by KBCA.
Well, this tipped up for the election cooperatives. I'll jump in. I mean, I appreciate the focus on the facts here, because that's really the problem I think that we're having is where's the regulation become practice? And it's my understanding, Sean may be able to give some color to this, that really what we're seeing is an alphabet soup sort of issues associated with the quality of information in the application. Things missing, things inaccurate. You kind of pick a cause, and it probably has shown up at some point. Now, for the cooperatives, obviously smaller entities, the time frame is a challenge, particularly when, if you get a large volume dropped on you in one day, it's a challenge. But we're working to go through those. And I thought, and I think what we're trying to do is double down on the notion that whether it gets deemed or not, the question becomes what is deemed? What is the application? If there are pieces that are missing that we need to have.
So why not just
I'm sorry.
reject them?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to, let's go
Right.
back to our job
Right.
here. We have 30 days to review tariffs. A lot of you all get pissed off at us. I mean, let's brass tacks here. A lot of you all get pissed off at us for rejecting over like technicalities. But if we start accepting things and then just fixing your technicalities then there's no moral hazard for the applier to get it right the next time. They just go, well, we can do it haphazardly because they accept it whether it's technically correct or not. At some point, it puts it back on the person applying to get it right when it's rejected for technical incompleteness or lack of information. I'm trying to figure out, is 10 days enough time for you all to go through it and check for whether it is technically correct or not?
Well, and Sean, I'm going to put you on the spot here, both in terms of that time frame, but also if you can give some color to the types of things that, some examples.
Yeah, and I think the short answer to your question is no, it's not. And the reason is because, as Tip alluded to, oftentimes you don't know if the information is incomplete or inaccurate until you go out to do your own field survey. And then you find that there's a missing pole, or you find that the information recorded is not accurate or complete. It's very fact-based, right? And so you can't necessarily look at an application in 10 days and say, everything's here, this is great. You can say, I have enough information, I need to go do my survey. So what it does.
Yeah, but that's, and I'm perfectly content with that, because the application is just a start point, and then you go and figure out what is actually out there, right? That's what I do want to, and that's why I stopped you and I stopped Paul. I do want to differentiate this application versus survey, because at some point there has to be a starting point to do everything. You can't go, well, let's start, and then, oh, something has changed. Let's start over again. Oh, something has changed. Like, there has to be some sort of finality to each of the steps. Otherwise, you can't start the next step. So is 15 days the right amount of time? Here's why I'm asking this in terms of time. Because at some point, you have to have finality movement. And it sounds like to me that KBCA is concerned that there's not finality with the applications they're giving, although the regulation says that there should be.
So from a Kentucky Power perspective, we would say it is deemed complete at 10 days because that's what the reg says. I would add the caveat based on the amount of applications we're receiving at this time. If we start getting more applications coming in and being inundated with multiple applications and have to evaluate those in 10 days, it could get dicey to be 10 days.
I think that's an important point. It's a volume issue, right? Is 10 days right for, I mean, we have different tiers for the time that we're allotted to do the engineering based on the number of polls that are submitted. You know, maybe there's some similar answer here in that there's some tiers or something. You know, Eric was pointing out just a moment ago, I mean, there's a difference between if you're doing one or if you're at the 1,000 level. And so, I don't know, maybe there's some tiering system that we do similar to what we do on the engineering side.
So based on the number would be the time frame for completion.
And I agree, but I don't. I'm back to, I don't think it's the number of polls on the application. It's the number of applications that I've received from the multitude of attachers.
On average, how many are you getting a week?
I don't know that answer. You guys are probably getting more than we are.
Yeah, for LG&E and KU, we have one attacher submitting at 3,500 polls per month, and then everyone else submitting at an average of about 55 per month. So 10 or 15 per week.
Is it a manpower issue to get the responses out?
Well, we don't have, from our perspective, there really isn't any clarity needed around this question of when an application is deemed complete.
Okay.
Whether we have the resources to respond and indicate a deficiency with that application within 10 days, it's going to be dependent, as has already been said, on the number of polls that are being submitted and the number of applications that are being submitted.
I'm told that we get 10 to 15 applications a week. So 10 days for 10 to 15 applications is not a big deal. But if we start getting the rural broadband build-outs and other companies are coming in, you know, that could double or triple.
Okay.
And again, from our standpoint, a complete application isn't necessarily, we don't look at poll by poll. It's more of, did you give us polls, numbers, where we can start? Did you give us a map? Did you tell us what you want to attach? And if you've done that, I call it complete. I can work with that. But I may have more questions on the details.
Because
So-
when you get out to the site, you might find it
Exactly.
totally different.
But somebody's gotta lay their hands on it and say, yes, it's got polls, yes, it's got what I wanna attach, here's a map, yes, it's complete. And at 15 a week, that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But if it's 50 a week, it becomes a little more burdensome.
And in LG&E and KU's experience, currently we don't have that many applications that are being submitted without the information that we need to perform a survey. That was not the case, 18 months, a year ago. And this sort of dovetails with the issue of the survey. And our prior practice of permitting an attacher to submit its own survey of our polls, as well as a proposed make-ready solution, compared with our current practice of performing that survey and make-ready engineering in-house ourselves. We encountered a lot more issues with, as Ms. Ellis was describing, not an incomplete on its face application, but an incomplete in that it is, from an engineering standpoint, incorrect, insufficient, deficient in that way. But we had a lot more issues with that under our previous process. Certainly a lot fewer now. And the numbers are, our data on the number of applications that we reject for incompleteness bears that out.
All right, so let's, oh, you got something?
No, I was just gonna say, like, do you know what percentage that is that are rejected?
I think that it's either 2 or less than 2. It's very, very low now. Previously it was 25, I believe. Does that sound right?
And that's changed because the applications are better now?
overall?
Well, the.
They're doing all the surveys.
That's right.
Surveys are
The
in-house.
information that we're requiring to be submitted is much less.
Less
So-
critical of your own work.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
All right, so the only reason, I'm just looking at attachment appendix A. Grayson's appendix A. So the application is just to get the information available, to know who's attaching, what they're attaching, and where they're attaching, and how they're attaching. Is there anything else that you all feel like is imperative to get in an application beyond sort of the broad strokes that I just mentioned there? And when they're attaching, when they would like to attach, right? Okay.
Just to be clear, page 40.6 of LG&E's tariff, it lays out what needs to be included in the application, and there's like 6 items, and I think what you've described at a high level is probably a
Encompassed
summary
in
of
those,
those, but the
okay.
details are in our tariff.
Okay, and it's like, like the checklist here for Grayson's territory, the relocation replacements, the detailed, location of the attachment request, street address, coordinates, overlashing, like what you're actually planning on doing. Okay. So the application is important to kick off the survey because it informs the survey. Okay. And it should just be enough information to complete the survey. There should be enough information to complete the survey with an eye towards what the intent of the attachments are, like what the anticipated attachments are. So you're going out and you're looking at the polls with the expectation of they're going to be attaching this type of device in this place in this way, right? And so if somebody's going to attach something different, then you would do a survey differently. Is that?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Warder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that discussion somewhat highlighted our concern. 10 days means 10 days, except when it doesn't. And as you know, there are different timelines and triggers. And one other proposed revision in the initial application timeline that we proposed is around resubmitted. Currently, the regulations do not have a timeline for resubmitted applications. And to the extent there are resubmitted applications, we believe it would be helpful to have a tight time frame around a response to those. And we propose 5 days for the utility to actually provide a specific reason for why an application is incomplete. And so this is all, of course, as you know, before the survey process. And the survey process has a separate timeline and raises separate issues. And I'm happy to move on to our proposal around that if you like.
Well, no. Let's go back to 5 days. Why a lesser time to survey for completeness?
It's not a lesser time to survey just for completeness of the application if there's a resubmittal.
Yep.
Presumably that the utility has already reviewed that application, noted it's not complete. If there's then a resubmittal of the same application, our perspective is utility's already seen the application once. If there's a resubmittal and a problem is addressed and corrected, there should be a specific time frame for the utility to weigh in and approve or reject that resubmitted application.
Yeah, but there already is, right? Because if they denied an application and you submit an application, it's an application. It's not a resubmittal under the regulation. It's just starts over the 10-day clock.
But that, from our perspective, it shouldn't. If it is a resubmittal or a correction to a previously filed application, it shouldn't restart the 10 days because at that point, it's just a targeted, limited review of whatever the identified issue was,
Okay.
not a complete reinvention of the wheel around that given application.
Yeah, so you file an application, it is either accepted or rejected. I think we all agree with that, right? It's either it's accepted as complete or it's rejected. If it's rejected, you're not editing a current application because it's out of the poll owner's hands at this point. you are tendering a new application. You're tendering an application. What you're proposing is that a previously rejected application, upon resubmittal of the same or similar application, should only be 5 days. How many days?
Yeah.
How many days between rejection and resubmittal should the attacher have under that provision? Because you all could arguably, the attacher could take 5 months to resubmit an application under the idea that they've already seen this and they've already reviewed it. I doubt they're going to remember the thing they looked at 5 months ago.
No, understood. I mean, the way this typically would work, as some of the utility folks have identified, if a poll isn't identified in an application or so on, that shouldn't take a long time for resubmittal. So we could agree to also an expedited time frame for resubmittal of a rejected application. Our point is, if it's just a minor issue like that or an identified deficiency that's corrected, there doesn't need to be a whole reinvention of the wheel. So we would agree as well that a rejected application could be submitted on a timeline, and then that timeline would then apply to the utility for approving it or rejecting it again.
Does it get designated as a resubmission with specifics about why it's being resubmitted and what's being changed? Does that happen? Or does it just look like a new submission?
It looks like
Let me jump
Let
in.
me ask a clarifying question. Mr. Werner, in the context of all of your submissions here, how big of an, maybe I'll turn to the other folks at KVCA, how big of a thing is this, the 5 days versus the 10 days on something that's quote resubmitted?
Yeah, I'll defer to the ops folks.
I'll look at the KVCA president here for a moment.
I'll defer to our operations leads.
It's a negligible difference.
Okay, all right, okay. I just, we want to try to get through everything today, and so I don't want to spend a ton of time harping on it. And to the vice chair's question, I think there's a lot of materiality of how big of a change and how much time, and it seems like if we're trying to make things more straightforward, this might be one of those things that goes in the opposite direction. I appreciate what you're saying, that if it's a small edit or this or that technicality, but there's also the perspective that if they rejected it on day one of the first 10, for X reasons, right? I don't think the regulation requires that the rejection identify all the reasons. It just you have to identify the reason. So if you get to the first thing and there's no name, you reject it, doesn't mean you necessarily went through. So I can just in looking at this in the last 3 days come up with like, this may be double the size of our regulation in terms of word count. So just coming up with all the permutations. So I want you to, just for a second, kick off this second part here with the material issues section. The commission should amend its regulations to provide for expedited reviews of a poll attachment application if the attacher provides a survey to the utility with its poll attachment application. That's for you, Mr. Werner.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so switching to surveys, as you know, we are asking for a proposed change there. The reality is that attachers often elect to take on the responsibility to provide surveys with their applications. So there, we're proposing to add a new section to the regulation that requires an expedited review where there's a survey that's submitted as part of the process. And we're asking that the commission adopt a regulation that provides the utility must within 10 days, where there's a complete application and a survey included along with it, either to notify the attacher that there's some material problem or grant or deny the application. And then we also ask that if the utility doesn't respond within 10 days after receipt of the application, that the application be deemed granted. Again, the point here is to focus. If there are material issues, what we need as attachers is to know what they are, not just one of them, but all of them. We need to understand what all of the issues with a survey or an application are so that we can address them, get it resubmitted, get it addressed, and get moving through the rest of what is already a very lengthy application, survey, and make-ready process.
So I'll start with KVCA and then I'll open it up. What would be, like, conceptually the concerns with a survey? Like, we know because we have in our application sort of what's right with an application. A complete application has these things. If you don't have those things, it's not a complete application. And then we have conforming tariffs that give more to that, more details to it, and we approve those tariffs after our full 10 months with each one of those, because it takes a lot to do the conforming tariffs. In this instance, it seems to be far more fact specific of what a good survey is versus a bad survey. So from KBCA's perspective, what would be the types of things that are included in a survey that might be why it's a bad survey or need to be rejected or incomplete? Yep. And you can take it off the stand too if you prefer to sit.
Oh, no, that's fine. Heather Day with Charter, and Tracy.
Tracy Gifford also with Charter.
And so one of the things that we find most specifically with a rejected survey, if you will, is where we have submitted all of the survey information. Some of that Appendix 1 will include things like pole loading analysis. For Kentucky, NESC standard is a medium pole loading rate. And so we have certain utilities that require pole owners greater than that standard rate, but it's not specified necessarily in the tariff or in that, which then rejects that, and we have to go back to the drawing board and resurvey, resubmit. So we have a situation here recently where we've had to go back and do heavy loading versus medium, different costs, different make ready, all of that has not only expanded the timeline, but significantly kind of cost in general as well.
Yeah, we had that conversation the first week, that if you're a pole attacher and you go to the utility, they're supposed to give you, once you tell them you want to attach, they're supposed to give you all of the information that they use, including their engineering standards that are referred to in the tariffs but aren't included as a portion of the tariffs. Is that not necessarily the case?
That has not been the case in every situation. And to be clear, one of the issues is that I think we discussed up here, or you heard some of the ambiguity, is that most of the co-ops require the survey as part of the complete application. So that I think is what they're struggling to review.
All right, so, and we'll get to that. I'll ask the folks from the co-ops about the surveys, but just so pole loading analysis will go to anything else? Like, what would be a reason in your all's eyes, the types of things that people are not taking your surveys?
I mean, just the difference in the opinion of the survey, right?
Don't take their position. I'm saying, like, what do you all think a good reason, if you got a rejection, all these edits were the law, what would be good reasons that you all go, oh yeah, they're right, for
If we weren't
rejections in the survey?
meeting NESC standards.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, the majority of the rejections we see is because they prefer a different file type. We send them a PDF, they want something in a different format.
And I think one of the other reference points is if there's missing poles, right? So poles can be fluid, right? So we know what's in their system, what we've seen from our field survey, but if a pole is added or changed out, right, that information may not match at the time, right? So, because most of the systems, we select the poles in the run, right, when we do the submission. But if we find something additional, it may not be in the system either.
Okay. File types.
Are file types something that's normally specified in the tariff? I mean, how would you know?
In the
what file
co-op,
type?
in the co-op tariff, that I was looking a second ago, that is, it says that they have to, well, you all know it, it says like Excel, but,
I
okay.
would say the file type, I mean, that, and I think the charter would agree, that's typically a one-time conversation, right?
The first time that happens, and it's not gonna happen again from that attachment.
Yeah.
And then how big a delay is that typically, if there's just been a PDF rather than?
A spreadsheet. Yeah.
So, again, from what we typically see, it's less a file type issue than the facts, when the survey is conducted, don't match the submission, whether it's, missing or incorrect information.
Go back. You're saying there's a disconnect between the survey and the application, when you say that?
Yes.
So they either surveyed polls that they didn't identify in their application, or they identified polls in their application they didn't survey?
or there are aspects of the information that's recorded that
Isn't
doesn't
correct.
match what we see in the field, that sort of thing.
All right,
So
give
the
me examples of
reality
polls.
on the ground is different than what the application says.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, again, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So if they're using, like, the poll question, they do a survey, it's a certain type of poll, but between the time they do the survey and they give you the application, you all have changed, the utility has changed the poll. That would have been the same thing if you all done the survey and the poll had changed by the time they go out and attach to it. Same problem,
Right.
is when you show up to make the attachment, it's a different poll than you did the survey for.
Right.
That, I would assume that's a moral hazard, or that's a
Right, that's not.
a risk either way, but that's not what we're talking about.
That's right.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about, for example, the attachment height is recorded as 18 feet, and it's actually 19 feet, or the anchor length is this, or the guy length is this, and that affects the pole loading calculation to determine whether or not that pole is overloaded.
Okay.
And so the actual measurements, deep into the specifics, obviously affect the engineering, which affects the safety and quality of the pole loading assessment.
Okay. Second question I have on this issue, and well, you can answer that first, but.
But again, that goes to the engineering, right? We get two different engineers with two different opinions. So I get that they call it, in some cases, an incomplete application, but realistically, the application is complete. They're forcing us to do the survey. When they complete the second survey, they're now saying we don't agree. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second, the double survey thing. It does, actually, we're just gonna jump to it, this whole have to take the survey versus don't have to take the survey. That, Mr. Warner, I'm gonna steal your thunder here. So, this idea that, if the survey's not denied, that's the survey. Survey's done, right? One thing I don't think talked about in any of these conversations is the sequential nature of these studies, especially with multiple attachers, and, frankly, people choose their own time periods. It's not even necessarily the study or application time periods. So if somebody comes in and, it doesn't really matter how it all happened, but let's just say you've approved permits to attach to a pole. And then someone else comes in and seeks to attach. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, how do you do a survey in engineering to attachment of the same run of poles or same set of poles, given that two people may want to attach to them, but sequentially the study and the attachment may be at different time periods? Because once you get a permit, there's not like does anybody's permit have an expiration on them? Like, is it 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, how much time?
60 days.
60 days.
60 days. So a lot can happen in the 60 days. Arguably, somebody could come in with their own survey and somebody be attaching in 11 days under, let's just take these proposals at face value. They come in with an application and a survey, they've given it to you. They didn't know that somebody else had already gotten a permit for that run, because they might not know. How does that work when the first attacher how does that work when people have different pole loading analysis than what might actually occur, or different surveys for what actually occur?
So from our perspective, this is why the utility should be doing the survey, because our system has pole by pole tracking who's attached, who's proposed to attach, and we can say, okay, we've got one pending that hasn't attached yet, but we've done the survey and we know they're going to attach, and this one just came in, so we account for that one. But they would not know that.
Do y'all have any thoughts about that? I mean, this is not something we've talked about in previous meetings, but it becomes an issue that if folks are doing surveys without the knowledge that other people are going to attach, then the analysis is just gonna be wrong. I'm trying to think about people wasting their money doing engineering on something that's not factual.
Realistically, we can only do the engineering based on what we see in the field.
Yeah.
So one solution, I believe, is if they use our approved contractor, and there's multiple reasons for that. The knowing who's on our pole, because our approved contractors have access to our systems and can see what work is in play. But it also has our standards in our tool that they use. So if you use one of our approved contractors, and bring us the survey from that approved contractor, we're just gonna do basically a QC to make sure everything's complete, and that would be accepted from a Kentucky Power standpoint.
Yeah, what was the other way around? Well, so is there a package, if I'm doing a broadband startup, okay? And somebody fronted me some money and I participated in RDOF. I have no asset, I'm just brand new, somebody gave me $1.5 million as a deposit. And then I go, hey, by the way, Kentucky Power, I got RDOF money, I'm now gonna be attaching to your polls before the end of 2026, 2027, whenever it is. Can you give me the engineering packet? I have an engineer, you all don't work with them, but can you let me know about your all standards? Can you give me a login to your information? Are you all able to, for lack of a better term, qualify someone else's engineers and give them insight into that information?
No, because the way our system works, our standards are built into our design tool. I can't hand you, here's our engineering standard. Our tool does the loading analysis, has all the standards requirements that are needed. So yes, we could qualify that contractor, but it's gonna take longer to onboard your contractor and get them approved and into our systems, as opposed to I give you a list of 7 or 8 contractors that already have access and are approved. Go
Mr.
get
Chairman,
a contract with them.
that kind of jumps forward to the issues raised in section 5 of the regulation about which contractors do which type of work. And just to make sure that the distinction is not lost, it seems that there's a slightly different practice between the co-ops and the IOUs. My understanding is that the co-ops maybe allow or possibly even require that a survey be submitted with the application. That is not the case for the IOUs. The IOUs, and speaking at least for LG&E, KU, and Kentucky Power, require that they perform that work. And though it's true that some of that work is farmed out to approved contractor resources, that is a very carefully, closely, tightly monitored list of people, as Ms. Ellis was saying, have familiarity with the systems and can actually do the survey the right way the first time.
I think that's an important segregation, right, between the application and the survey, and what's required when, right, and where a survey is required up front, right? Are we agreeing on the same things, right? Some are required, some are not, but to have a survey be part of the application process, it has 2 separate timetables, right?
So let me ask a clarifying question to any of you all or to Mr. Werner. Are you all bifurcating this issue as, taking a big step back? So we talked about Kentucky Power does not require in their tariff a survey to be filed with the application, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's just say a utility does require a survey be included in the application. Is this to say, if a utility is going to require, as the intention, I guess is what I'm trying to get to, if a utility is going to require us to do a survey, then if they've gotten that survey and the 10 days that follow the application, we should be able to then go out and do everything. We get the permit. But
Mr. Chair,
if they're not going to require us to do the survey and we can just file the application, we're fairly content, I know a strong term in the sense that everybody wants to change all these things, but content with the separate process. That the perception isn't, if it's not a requirement, you all aren't trying to say, that's what I'm trying to figure out, that if the requirement, if there isn't already a requirement to file a survey with the application, I want to make sure I'm clear that you all aren't proposing that should you choose to do a survey and file with the application, that the utility has to take, if they don't act within that 10 days, it's deemed approved. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's right. And to clarify, many cooperatives do in fact require us to submit a survey along with the application, and then we'll point to quality of survey without more to ultimately deny the application. So there are, as Mr. Langley pointed out, there are distinctions there. Cooperatives do require us in their tariffs to submit surveys along with our applications, and then use the surveys often to deny the application. But yes, you're right. We do have the option to submit the survey, and we would like to do that in many instances to keep the process moving along.
But what I'm trying to figure out from your proposed regulations, if you show up to Kentucky Power and give an optional survey with the contract, or with the application, and the application is deemed complete by virtue of the 10 days running, your proposed regulation says that you now have a permit.
Yes, that's right.
And I'll jump in on behalf of the cooperatives here. I mean, part of the reason for that dichotomy, I think, is one, we have significantly fewer resources than the investor-owned utilities to be able to process these. And so the requirement of a survey on the front end with the application helps us begin to gather some information and determine what it is they're trying to attach to. But the idea of, I mean, it sort of flips the purpose of that requirement on its head to say, well, if they send us one and you don't catch a problem within X days, then it gets approved. There is literally nothing more important to the safety and reliability of the system than the proper engineering of it. And that's why it's vitally important that that activity ultimately be conducted by the utility. Not only that, but to address the slight differences in the engineering standards. I mean, NESC is a baseline.
I gotta stop you there though. If that's the case, then why make the survey a requirement for the applicant?
Correct. So I was just getting to that. That gives us some of the basic information to begin to get there. I mean, I will say aspirationally, it would be great if we got all of the information that we needed accurately on the front end to enable us to go through and say, yes, 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 that looks right. We sign off on that. But that's not what our experience has been during this process. And so ultimately, even though we require it as part of the application, it is to assist us, given our limited resources, in getting to the point of being able to say that's safe and reliable.
So let's just real quick, I'm sorry. 10 days, let's just say that the whole room agrees that reviewing a survey, a whole survey for, forget the number of polls, an astronomical, reasonable, doesn't matter, a number of polls, that 10 days is not enough time. If reviewing Kentucky Power has 10 days to review an application. What we're talking about here is 10 days to review an application and an engineering survey of some untold number of polls. Those don't seem to be congruent, right? What is, in your all's opinion, a reasonable time to actually, if this was going to be like, let's just take I'm going to not propose their regulation, but let's say a regulation said, if a poll owner requires a survey be included with its application, okay, and the utility a poll owner does not act on that application within X number of days, the permit is deemed complete. Okay, let's just take that. Okay. What is a reasonable amount of time in lieu of 10 days? 10 days is the amount of time you have for an application. What's a reasonable amount of time for that to actually be the case? And maybe you all don't have an answer on the spot, but that's the question. I don't know, and I don't make the decisions right here, but I don't know that I'm sold on Mr. Werner here saying, even if you don't require a survey as part of the application, if we give you one, by God, in 10 days, if you don't respond, we get our permit. But at least if you're going to require somebody to do a survey, and they do that as a filing requirement in order to be deemed complete, it would seem like, to your point, if the perspective is it has to be well engineered and we only trust our engineering, then I don't know that it makes it's absolutely reasonable to then also make everybody do their own engineering if people are only going to trust their own engineering. So could you all give me a perspective on that, and maybe at a subsequent meeting or following this meeting, give me a reasonable time period that you all would seem that to be the case.
And I think the suggestion earlier that it be tiered, again, I think that's logical and sensible and kind of tied to the manpower issues.
Take it face value. You're only getting the number that you can, even like stretching, but that a number that you can actually complete. Sorry.
So I think we could propose some tiers there that would make sense.
Okay. So X number less. If you get 100 or less, I'm making it 100 or less, you get 15 days.
Right. 10 days.
The next tier, for every additional 100 to get an extra 2 more days. So you're saying that, okay.
And I would also take your point. I think that, I think, and we were talking earlier, I don't think it's an efficient use of resources that anybody's particularly happy with for the engineering to be done twice. And
I don't know, maybe it's good for engineers, but.
and I think it's fair to say nobody's happy with that.
Okay, all right.
However.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, no,
sorry.
let him finish, we'll come back.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
So, whether it's, whether it's the survey is included and certified to be, in the proposal that the cooperative submitted to the commission was that, those applications be certified to be complete and accurate. That would be one way to address the issue. If the surveys are going to be completed and submitted, they'd be complete and accurate, or, to your point, we follow the practice of the investor-owned utilities and don't require that survey, and the utilities do that themselves. But I think, that's a work practice that can be changed, that would be more efficient.
All right, so before I go to you, Mr. Warner, I do have 2 follow-up questions for the co-ops here. When you all get these surveys, are the surveys that are proposed, people give you as part of the application, are they stamped by a professional engineer?
Cooperatives have not, that's
It's not
provided for in the
required.
regulation, and the cooperatives have not required that.
Okay, but when you all submit surveys, are they stamped by a professional engineer?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So that may be they got insurance. Okay, but it's not necessarily, it's not a requirement of the tariff, I don't think. That's what I'm asking.
I believe it's provided for in the tariff, in the specifications section, but the
Okay.
cooperatives have not required it.
Okay. Second is the same question I asked KBCA. What are reasons that you all believe you have or would reject a survey? Like if somebody submits a survey with the application, and you look at it and you go, this is no good. What are we talking about? Reasons that you go, no, we need to do our own. What are those types of reasons?
Just the reasons that I described earlier.
Inaccurate.
Inaccurate, missing information.
And when you say inaccuracy information, they used the wrong polls, but they didn't know that what I'm trying to figure out is how much of it can be fixed by doing a better job versus how much of it is a function of them not having the information. And I don't mean them, I mean the engineers
Right.
not having the information to do a survey the same way the poll owners and engineers would. Is that what we're talking about?
I think both are contributing factors, truly.
Okay.
Because what's in the
District-
in the data records may not be complete or inaccurate.
Right. Or to your earlier point, there are intervening events that literally, between the time they submit an application, go out there and someone has done something, taken action on the pole, right? Or a new attacher has arrived on the pole.
Yeah, but that could be fixed by a number of things, including using approved engineers, providing notice prior to an application, and you all letting them know, or at least giving the information to the eventual attacher, right? Okay, go ahead.
To be clear, the original engineer we were using is now the parent company of McLean. And we had more issues with them than we do with our current engineering.
I didn't know we were gonna get into M&A law here, but I did know that happened in February or something like that, all right, yeah. So, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. It doesn't seem like that we're talking about 100 different types of groups that year. We're talking like consolidation's a hell of a thing. We're talking about a handful of groups.
To be clear, I mean, this is not about us. I'm trying to speak for the cooperative
Yeah, I
experience,
got you.
right? So,
And realistically, the only issues we're seeing with the engineering is whenever it varies from the NESC standards, right? So they're requiring a much higher level than NESC.
And that's a nugget I don't want to get lost, is that as I keep hearing woven through the KDCA comments, that it needs to be NESC, and that's not the case, and the commission.
Well, I don't know that I get that. I mean, I just think that it needs to be clear. Like Kentucky Power, we've talked about this, I think, at every single one of these. Kentucky Power, AEP serves both sides of the Big Sandy. One side, NESC says this should be loading 80 feet away. The Big Sandy's probably a little wider than that, given the fork. But 80, 100 feet away, medium loading will be fine. ice storms hit both sides of the Big Sandy exactly the same way. And so Kentucky Power, over the years, I think at the commission's more than nudging, has now moved to heavy. I'm not saying that, but it is knowing what it is before you do the engineering is something I've noted here, and the question I think becomes, should we require some,
Pre-planning meetings.
or even just something in the tariff that says, go to this, so FERC requires for regulatory filings, you have to put these on your website. You go to AP's website, you can find their regulatory filings. Something that says our engineering standards in the pole attachment tariff says, for our engineering standards, go to this website.
Yes.
Go ahead. Or contact this person, I don't know.
I mean, to be clear, I mean, those procedures do exist, at least for the cooperative's sake. And the cooperatives have those. They're not frequently in the tariff themselves, but I'm not aware of any scenario where I heard an allegation earlier that they've asked for standards and haven't received them. I'm not aware of that. And this is the reason why, and I don't want to open it too broadly, our threshold proposal, in terms of getting the parties together to meet and discuss, we think that's really important, because nobody's trying to hide the ball on what appropriate engineering for the system is. In fact, just the opposite. We want it to be done right, and so we are responsive to that. And we can address that offline if that's not happening.
No, I think it's a point well taken, but I think that there's another side of, if you have regulated monopolies that are required to have open access and non-discriminatory tariffs, that at some point the idea of having tariffs on file openly available for the public and anyone to see is a lot different than you must ask and we will give it to you, but you have to ask at the right time and the right person. I think there's a little bit of friction there that we probably need to go back.
That's a very important point, because I think it was brought up in the last meeting that we had 100% rejections. It was because of a change at a particular co-op that went from medium loading to heavy loading and didn't notify us, and we meet with them every week.
Yeah, that's fine. So I appreciate that. Mr. Werner, I'm going to give you a few more minutes, and we're going to take our first break at 10:30.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure we're keeping straight in our minds that there really are two separate things. One is a complete application, and one is an adequate or a quality survey. Those things are distinct, and they're on different timelines. And from our perspective, an issue with a survey should not be used to stop or not start an application that is otherwise complete in terms of the shot clock. And then just additionally, if utilities are already doing their own surveys, then requiring the attachers to submit a survey with their application seems, as you pointed out, a needless expense and another thing that can create delay and confusion and lack of certainty.
This was going to be the primary thing I wanted to talk to KBCA about. Is the issue So I take Mr. Werner's point that there's a frustration that the clock never starts until the survey, if a good survey is a threshold requirement for an accepted application, the clock never starts in the application, therefore it's not starting all the other clocks. I take that. This other side of, why are we having to do, and I'm paraphrasing here, but why are we having to do surveys if, the perception is our surveys are good, we're paying twice effectively for the exact same thing, that's fine. Are you all dead set on, we want to be able to do our surveys and just move on, or we just want certainty as to the timing of the entire process regardless of who does the surveys? Because I'll just say, like this, having been involved in this for now, it feels like a lifetime, but it's been about 4.5 years. It seems like almost like this idea of, well, you can do, an attacher can do their own survey, has almost it seemingly has added more complexity to all this and maybe more delays than originally anticipated, as opposed to just, here's my application, you have 10 days to tell me yes or no. If it's no, I'll go back and fix it immediately and bring it back to you. And then you need to start the survey, and you have 45 days to do it, and then you tell us how much it's going to cost, and then we will go attach the pole set.
Short
Mr.
answer.
Chairman, to answer your question, ultimately what we want is certainty. We want clarity, and we want real clocks that mean something. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to us necessarily who does the survey. We're happy to do it if that will keep the process moving. But as you asked, ultimately what we want is certainty. We want the clocks to start, and we want real meaningful a sense of what it means when the clock starts so we can keep the process moving.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jeremy Gibson with Duke Energy. I kind of want to weigh in here for a minute. I know you want to go to breaks. I didn't know if you want to go to that first, and I can jump in when we get back.
Is it about this exact issue?
It is.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So a few things. We don't require from an IOU, we do not require the survey up front. We do our own survey. However, we do highly encourage each attachment to do their own survey up front, because to us, if they're out there looking at this stuff in the field prior to submitting an application, they should have a good idea of where there is going to be potential make-ready issues, and they should bypass those if they're not willing to pay the make-ready. So almost kind of getting a bird's eye view up front before they're even submitting an application. I will tell you the reason we don't allow the attacher to do an application, and that's from 4 years of personal experience. Surveys that I have done in the past all came in perfect, let me say that. There never seemed to be any make ready. Everything was always 40 inches at the pole, 30 inches midspan. So it was really an unrealistic survey, because when you get out there to look at it, none of it's right. So many years ago, we changed that to where we do the survey in-house. Now, to Pam's point, if we were to provide a list of engineering firms that we approve, that's something obviously we kind of agree with Pam on. As well, the other point I wanted to make is the analysis. So structural analysis from a communication perspective, they do not know what is on the pole from an electric point of view. They don't know the wires, they don't know the transformer sizes, capacitors, recloads, whatever is on that pole. They don't know it, so they cannot do an accurate loading analysis from our perspective. Everything, again, when they send over the information, it's not built in with anything but their facility. So it's, from what I've seen in a structural analysis, those are never accurate either.
Okay. All the co-ops that you work with require a survey before the application, or to be filed along with the application?
They allow for it, yeah. I mean,
How helpful, how helpful is receiving, and, Mr. Depp was talking about this, is, look, it's nice, so, helpful to an extent to have them up front. How necessary is it if in the majority of the cases, the co-op's doing their own surveys?
yes.
How helpful is how necessary is the initial survey to completing? Does it accelerate the subsequent survey? Does it make it actually more difficult, because then you're now like double checking things? Sometimes doing work twice actually makes it harder the second time as opposed to easier.
And I think both parties' intention was that it would make it faster, and what I've seen, it's created a reconciliation challenge rather than making it faster.
Okay. Okay. On this issue, do y'all have any more questions? All right, let's take a short, take a break till 10:40, and we'll come back, and I'll give Mr. Warner an opportunity to finish up the KDCA comments.
Is it warming up out there at all?
So let's just, Mr. Warner, do you have anything else on the survey or the application?
No, not really, Mr. Chairman. Just to conclude, though, from our perspective, the discussion that we just had really does highlight that attachers need greater certainty and clarity on when the clocks start and also when they stop.
Okay. There was a tattoo, I don't have a tattoo, just in case there were bets out there. But if I ever get one, it'll be regulatory certainty. Somewhere probably
It's the nerdiest thing.
across the forehead, yeah, regulatory certainty. You'll know when I've gone off the deep end when that happens. Okay, so we will come back to your other items. Let's go to other folks that address applications. So I think the KEC comments kind of went the other direction, as opposed to a. I think your all's proposal was to get rid of completely the 10-day, if not responded by 10-day, and turn it into an affirmative response type, positive response, for lack of a better, bring in the 811 language. Thoughts on that? I mean, if you guys are going to be doing the survey, like, let's just take that at face value. Say you guys are going to, if a utility is going to do its own survey, is it as big of a deal to take the application, assuming you have enough people to have actually reviewed it and things like that? Is that the concern? You're afraid that you're going to be an avalanche of applications and not have had time to review all of them in 10 days, and then one of them's going to be so terrible that you have to go forward with it anyways?
I think that's fair. I mean, even amongst the group of cooperatives, there's a pretty wide diversity of resources that are available, and obviously we can tell right now today where the hot spots are going to be in terms of deployment. But it's still, I mean, even though we share characteristics, it's a diverse group. And thematically, what we've tried to do is, as we've heard through the past 4 informal conferences I think we've had here, what works best for us and seems to be working best for the attachers is to just get together and work out these agreements. And so what you're really getting is a conceptual pushback against the level of depth to which the regulation should reach in terms of day-to-day business practice. And so we're fine with obligations to get together and to negotiate these things, and even perhaps at a high level to have some form of mediation to address disputes as they may arise, because we think we can avoid those with that process. So that's the rationale behind it.
All right, so anybody else on applications? And we're actually going to move back. We're going to move to pre-applications. Some of y'all have spoken about, said things in meetings, or at least alluded to things in here about pre-application, either notice requirements or meeting requirements or whatever it may be. And then a lot has been made today about tiering or level of. I think some people are worried about the number of applications. Some people are more worried about the number of polls within those applications. Does anybody want to speak specifically to individual provisions or regulatory changes that they would support or propose or be against, frankly, that would require more be done up front, either prior to notice, prior to application, longer notice, whatever it may be, sort of figuring things out ahead of time, so that you reduce the amount of time it takes to actually process, study, and attach. Process, study, make ready, and attach.
The cooperatives are not on the record on this yet, so we'll jump in. I thought the IOU proposal to increase the time frame for planning was very good. I think we especially like Duke's 6-month advance. For us, the principal challenge is resources. Not just on the make ready and survey side, but in terms of actually doing the work in the field, finding the people to put the polls in. So the more chance we get to go out and find workforce to enable to be able to do that, the better the scenario is likely to be in terms of meeting timeframes and keeping things moving. Because that's a fear that I hear daily from the cooperatives in terms of where are we going to get the people to change these out.
So you represent KEC, Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
So you're uniquely situated on behalf of the cooperative to answer this question. You guys are going to have more resources to the sum of money, I've forgotten how much, as an organization to help on this front.
Right.
Have you all had initial discussions about how that's going to interact with what we're talking about here? Because it seems it's not our bailiwick. The money's going to KIA, but it does seem to be inextricably tied to what we're talking about here, which is setting regulations that can be reasonably with goals and timelines that are ascertainable, and the primary I don't know, hurdle for whether they're ascertainable is how many resources the pole owner has. So talking about those resources are, I think, something we've done in the past. Have you all had initial discussions about how that may play into the notice of, hey, if the utility gets this much notice, we can shift centralized resources there, but once that's done, then we can pull them back and redeploy them?
We have, I don't have a preliminary, I mean, we're not to the point of having a plan to share on that front, but what I will say is, while we're very thankful to have that resource available to us, if you were to, and I can't do the math here because I don't know the specifics of it, but if you were to take, the cost of a crew times the number of poles that, let's say out of 1,000 applications, you get a 20% pole change out rate or something like that, that money gets spent very quickly. You're not talking about a significant mover on that front, but yes, we are working through ways that we can use that money to help speed the process up.
Yeah, but that's going to be, look, where is the need for the resources right now? Is it on, let's take at face value for a second, a world that exists where it's a short 12-day application period. You take it, here's what came through, here's the application. Hold on a second, my IT person is. Bad news, it's not gonna get warmer. Sorry, I thought I would share that with the room because I think it's on everybody's mind. Let's just take a world where you have to do some pre-filing meeting, or some notice period, some upfront meeting, some discussion, I don't know. Just add a time frame that in your head is fine. But there's no upfront survey requirement. You give an application, it's completed within 10 days, it's approved, the utility goes out, does the survey, comes back, lets the folks know that Make Ready is available. Payment is not a problem, it's frictionless, whatever. Then you send the engineers, you send the folks out to do the complex Make Ready, then you're fine letting them, the attacher, use their own crew. And then you have two people, an engineer and a person who works for the utility, ready day after. They tell you each day, I did this circuit. Day after, the crew goes through doing the attachments, you come back through and you do your final review and make sure everything's done right. Okay, that is the worldview for all of you. Where's the lack of resources today in that process? Where's it biggest? Like, where's it the most? Like the upfront engineering, the survey? Is it sending somebody out you don't have anybody to send out after the fact to look at the work that's being done? Is it crews to actually do the work? From the pole owner perspective, but I'll ask the co-ops first and then the other folks. Where is the lack of resources or the need for additional resources in that tranche of processes? Is it people up front reviewing the application? I'm just curious.
Well, and we discussed this already a little bit of volume is a concern. And to answer that question, sometimes you'd have to tell me some volume. Yeah. That's it. And then depending on some areas and things like that. There are a couple of real constraints that we're working to overcome. We're talking about every day, and the money that we work with our friends at KCBA on will help. But there are engineering challenges. I mean, having qualified engineers going out and doing this engineering work and the time that it can take that certainly can be a big problem. But then it is getting crews. For example, many of our cooperatives already that are working on significant attachments right now have added contract crews. And
One second. Can I ask everybody that's online to mute if you're not talking? I can ask folks in our back room to mute anybody that's not on mute. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they have increased the number of contract crews that they're using right now. Now, are there more available? That is a great question. They're talking to their contractors as well about that, the companies they contract with. So, to do line work can be do what? This one of mine? No, okay, great, thanks a lot. But then, and the third thing, that it's not really a labor resource issue, but it can be terrain related. For example, one of the co-ops, Clark Energy, was talking to me this week, and they're working with multiple attachers right now, and they have a pole that is in a very difficult spot to get to. Now, there are polls that can go and be done in very short order, in a couple of hours. But they've got one they're gonna have to hand set, and really, it's gonna take maybe even multiple days to do the job. So, I mean, there are so many variables that we're dealing with on resources. But, you know, I'm the one I'm probably as worried about right now is the qualified engineering staff, because that is tough to find.
And that's the survey here.
Survey and
I'm
the
asking from
engineering staking, preparing for that.
I'm asking from the perspective of,
Yeah.
if you don't have enough people to review applications,
Yeah.
then the flexibility is needed in the application review process.
Right.
If it's, we don't have enough qualified engineers to do X, Y, and Z, it's in the survey, right? If it's, we don't have enough people to send out and do the make ready, then that's the time period that we need to be talking about with flexibility. And I wanted, I should have caveated over, assuming, like, a utility with a fair amount of resources, where's the biggest need for flex for two separate things? The first is number of applications. The second is size of applications. Because it would seem that number of applications, the flex needs to be on the application review process. For number of polls, it would be the survey and the make ready.
Yes. That's correct.
So if you're gonna do tiers, it seems like those would be the things that you would provide flexibility for, but both of those are like, do we do tier on the regulations to flex the time, but still give regulatory certainty of, it's good, if we say 45 days, it's gonna be 45 days, it's not gonna be 40 days and then, maybe 5 extra. But, you know, I think somebody'd rather know it's gonna be 50 up front. But if you guys are talking about flexing centralized resources out and about, do you all have an idea of, oh, we're gonna make it administrative folks to review applications, or it's going to be engineering folks to review and do survey work, or it's going to be crews to send out and do make ready? Have you all had that conversation yet as to where you think those centralized flex resources are gonna be?
Talk about it every day. And initially, right now, you know, Sean's team in conjunction with the engineers, we've ramped up a lot on this application process. I think we're getting close to the volumes we got, being able to meet it.
The application.
The application process. I think we're working on, now, if you're gonna tell me the volume's gonna increase significantly, that's where we talk to Mr. Depp. What he's saying is, when we can have some forecasting and thought into where we're gonna be a year from now, or 6 months from now, that will help us, you know, because some of our co-ops have already talked about, they're concerned of bringing in multiple crews to do make-ready work, and then
Not need them.
then not need them. Then get him playing that game of back and forth on that. Where if you're asking me, about, and it's different for every co-op, but the engineering resources could be the constraint in the middle, because we may be able to ramp up some of the construction, and we're ramping up on this at current volume levels, and we'll see. But that's why it is critical to the comments you made. Forecasting and knowing where we're going is that much more important for us. It just is really important, so we know where to allocate those resources.
Does KBCA have you'll have a number of members beyond charter. What kind of coverage do you all have as a statewide association for attachers or prospective attachers? Every co-op is a member of KBC, 100% coverage. That's in that context. You'll have significant coverage, majority coverage, complete
95+%
of attachers or prospective
of
attachers.
cable ISPs.
Yeah.
Right, so
Okay.
obviously there are other internet service providers that are not members.
Yeah.
But from a cable company standpoint, 95%.
So you all plus all PO owners would capture the vast majority of ISPs.
Well, that would, so you have the incumbent local exchange carriers, like the AT&Ts of the world,
Yep.
are not members of.
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm saying. So you all plus PO owners should have pretty good coverage, which that mean
Plus
AT&T.
poll
would-
owners, so yeah, if you.
Yeah, ILEX and CLEX. Or ILEX and
Yeah,
rural.
so you've got some independent fiber to the prem providers, like a MetroNet in Lexington, that sort of thing. I don't think they're part of an association, right? They're not part of the association.
Okay.
they're principally in urban areas, right? They generally live there.
Okay. You all, I guess for the poll owners in here, do you all feel like there are attachers of a significant magnitude when we start talking about these rules that are not at the table in these conversations that you all expect to hear from in the next couple of years for rural broadband rollout?
Well, I know that KU has a high-volume plan with, it's Metronet, maybe another CLEC. And I don't know if they intend to re-up those, do they?
The Metronet high-volume agreement is ongoing. I don't know if I don't know what their future build plans look like. I don't think that they've been awarded any grant money, or not a significant amount for rural broadband. Our other high-volume plan is with Verizon's wireline fiber entity, and they are not very active in primarily Jefferson County.
Yeah, there are others. I mean, All Points, and Metronet. There's others that are out there, and then there's and not under this agreement or this regulation, but we are working with telephone cooperatives as well as some others that would be under some joint use in other agreements.
But
there's
like
some
people who are
resources.
going to show up with 1,000+ attachments more than one a year, we've got the group, we think?
More than one?
More than one?
Yeah.
All points,
Yeah.
Okay. And they're not?
they're
Okay.
What'd you say?
Is Broadlink in their TBCA?
Are they with you, Broadlink?
No.
So I mean, we do have, across the state, there are others that we're hearing from and talking to about that.
That's helpful.
Participated in this process.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one of the questions that you asked just about 2 minutes ago was I think it was the greatest resource challenge in the process, or something to that effect. And I think from the IOU perspective, it is clearly the survey and engineering side, because that's the piece that applies to every poll in an application. And it is the most important piece, because if the survey and engineering isn't done right, nothing else matters.
I would add that typically that same resource that's doing the engineering and survey would be what we call post-construction inspection, to make sure once the attacher has attached that they attached as they were told to. So that piece of it would go hand in hand with the upfront survey.
Okay. Anybody want to talk about notice? Notice today is how long?
It's 60 days for projects in excess of 300 polls per month. That's the current reg.
What does notice mean? Is notice different amongst each utility? Who gets notice? What does it include? Is it less information than an application? Is it about the same information as an application? Is it useless under its current form? I'm just curious what.
KU has received one compliant with the regulation notice. And it consisted of an email notification saying that this is notice pursuant to the tariff and the regulation that we intend to submit attachment applications in excess of 300 polls per month. And then we had a follow-up meeting with that attacher to talk about the scope of their project, number of polls, geography, timing, things of that nature, all the things that you would want to address in a planning meeting. And from there, we were able to respond to their applications. They didn't submit for very long at that volume, I believe it was 2 months. But it was the combination of the notice followed by the planning meeting that made that process successful.
Let's talk about incentive regulation for a second. What's the moral hazard in not providing notice? Is there any under the regulation? Can you deny the application for in perpetuity because you didn't give us notice? Is you deny it and say file back again in 60? I mean, we provided a notice. The regulation has a notice requirement. Is it of any substance?
We haven't tried to cross that river.
I don't think there's any teeth in it. I mean, we've received one notice that I'm aware of, and it was, I would say it was more than 60 days, but it was vague to the point of, we're gonna build out here in the next 18 months. And there were circles on a 40,000 foot view map of these are areas we're going in, so I didn't have a whole lot to work with.
What would work better?
Let's sit down, show me, or tell me how many poles you think it's gonna be, when you wanna have service. And give me enough notice so that I can ramp up the engineering resources. 60 days is not enough time to ramp up resources.
What would be a time frame that would be enough?
So I can tell you, if I'm using existing companies that we have onboarded, asking them to find me resources typically takes, for an engineering firm, I would say almost 3 months. Does that sound about right for you guys?
That seems like it'd be on the shorter side
Yeah. If they,
from our perspective, but.
it would depend on the contractor, if they have access. It's not like there's a seed out there and you can just add water and there they are, right? They don't stay on a shelf. I would say 3 to 4 months, but if it's a brand new contractor that has to be onboarded and trained, you're talking 6 months plus.
Yeah, but do you need to do that? Does anybody here need to do that for 300 poles?
300 poles, no.
Yeah. That's why
But-
I'm wondering if the notice needs to be, the threshold for what needs notice should go up, but then I don't know about teeth, but what it might need to include, should be clarified, but what in addition to notice, or what the form of notice should be, seems like it's something that needs to be discussed.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one 300 pole project probably doesn't require that. I think the concern is that as more of these larger projects are flowing in, that there will be a number of 300-plus pole projects on parallel paths. And that's when the resource constraint becomes a reality, and when it can weaken the regulatory certainty that we've all been talking about.
So let's talk about that just for a second. This is something that has come up in all of these meetings. The regulation talks about two different time frame. What matters in terms of, I was talking about with Mr. Perry a second ago. The volume for time, the time period that applies for the applications is the number of applications. Like that time period is based on the volume of applications. Like that's the variable factor in whether you can meet it. The engineering, the survey, and the make-ready are not a function of the number of applications filed, but a function, the variable in those are the number of poles that require engineering and the number of poles that require make-ready. If we can come to some mutual agreement on an adequate, defined, certain application process, I'm convinced that's not the issue here. It's the engineering and the make-ready, which are not a function of applications, but are a function of poles. Now, we've put a defined, if an application has these number of poles, but still the variable there is number of applications, right? You 299, 999, like you could just keep filing applications under that certain threshold under a reading, looking at KU here for a second, under a reading of the regulation, you could just file multiple applications, sub that, and it wouldn't implicate that second, 299, it wouldn't have to ever file notice, right? That's a weird incentive.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Paul.
Just to be clear, the key variable is the number of polls, not the number of applications.
That's what I'm trying to get to is, we've set under the time periods are a function of the applications, not a function of the polls, but the variable is the polls.
Well, no, I think it's
It is.
multiple I'm sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I think the regulations are about the polls, not the application.
No,
Yes.
it's about the number of poles in the applications. But a person could file
Across-
1,000 applications
Across
at
that.
299 polls. We need to make sure the application is clear that it is about the polls and not the number of applications. That's what I'm trying to get to.
I think the existing reg actually is clear on that. So if there are two applications filed within a 30-day period and each has 299 polls, well, that exceeds the 300 poll threshold in the existing regs.
From the same attacher.
Yeah.
From the
So in
same
terms of
attachment.
We're
resources,
on the
it doesn't
same
matter
page.
what the attacher is.
If I've got 5 attachers coming at me with 299 polls each at the same time in parallel, that's when it should trigger greater than 300 or whatever that number is. I need more time because I've got 299 times 5 from different people, and the reg is one attacher, number of polls.
And you may see that in practice where one poll owner has a service territory that's got 3 broadband fund recipients within it, each of whom's trying to meet their deadlines and dropping applications in. That's when you start redlining your resources at that point.
Most everybody has a perspective, it seems like, on large volume, small volume, medium volume, whatever, what the different notices ought to be. Has anybody given consideration to a requirement that anybody given thought to a requirement that a poll owner who seeks to attach to a poll attacher who seeks to attach to a threshold number of polls owned by the same poll owner would have to engage in a special contract over that threshold? And that the special contract shall, at a minimum, address time periods for this, payments, these things, that if the anticipation is that over a 6-month period, a longer than going, this 30-day thing seems to be weird because it's not clear whether it's a calendar 30 or a rolling 30, and then what happens on that 31st day to the, that if an attacher, I'm literally spitting, but if an attacher is going to seek attachment to a poll to more than an equivalent of 1% of a utility's polls on average each month over that 6 month, 1% or more of that. I'm just making just like a percentage threshold, but a certain percent of that utility's polls over any 6-month rolling period, then they shall do the following. They have to engage, they have to give a certain amount of notice, they have to identify the location, the time period, all these other things, and that they shall do a special contract that lays out the time period for acceptance of each application. Okay? Each application has to include a certain amount of polls, but not exceed a certain amount of polls, whatever it may be. The time period for processing that application. Payment requirements. So, some folks have suggested that you just require a letter of credit up to a certain amount of estimated engineering or some other security. Time period for survey, or maybe an agreement that the poll owner will take the attacher survey, right, subject to engineering requirements. Pre-approval or something about the engineering for the make-ready, self-help remedies insofar as some of these are not met. And has anybody given consideration to, instead of having this free-for-all over 1,000 polls over an ill-defined 30-day period, that we instead just say, if it's over this, making it an absolute poll number or percentage poll, maybe a percentage per month over a certain month. Has anybody given any consideration to doing that by special contract so that you've already agreed to these things up front, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And then if you can't come to a mutually agreeable special contract, the commission will rule on, you bring a dispute to the commission and the commission will rule on it in 30 days.
I think that's pretty close to what the IOUs are proposing in their set of revisions, where if it were more than 300 polls, it would divert it to the special contract, which from the IOU perspective puts the parties in the greatest position to achieve regulatory certainty because it can allocate the resources to match the need. And then on the back end, there would be some sort of fast-track process. What the IOUs have proposed is a expedited complaint process. What KBCA has proposed is an expedited mediation remedy. I think either of those is sufficient because we recognize that the negotiations can't go on forever. They have a network to deploy. Utilities want to get on with things. The one thing that isn't in our proposed rule that you mentioned that might be a good add is that it be for a certain period of time. Because I don't think, and I'll let Kentucky Power, KU, and LG&E tell me if I'm wrong about this. I don't think their concern is so much 1 month where they get 300 applications for 306 polls. I think it's like what you were saying, where there are multiple months in a row of a meaty volume of polls that need to be surveyed and
300 also seems like a really low threshold to engage in this. I mean,
Well,
it's a cumulative impact, I get, but it's a cumulative impact by one or more attachers. That's something we can address in the regulation. But 300 seems like a really low threshold for engaging in 30 to 60 or 90 days of conversation before coming up with how things are done, when the regulation's fairly prescriptive. That doesn't seem to be the problem. It's the 300 to 1,000 on average over multiple months that seems to be the issue.
Well, and so to add to that, I mean, part of the difficulty of the regulation is one size fits all doesn't work very well when you're talking about large IOUs and some very small cooperatives. And so that's kind of the benefit. I mean, the electric cooperatives had a similar proposal in their filing as well. The idea behind that was, 300 was set before we were really into the practice of this. And everybody thought, okay, let's see. Well, our practice has shown that's a challenge. And so when we get to 300, if we can get some notice, get together and work this out, that allows the parties, hopefully without the commission's assistance, but if the commission's assistance were required, to come in and address whatever the problems are on a, cooperative by cooperative basis, on a case by case basis that are tied to the actual facts and the actual problems that are being experienced in the area.
Mr. Chairman, can I weigh in on this? Because
you can, but I just an observation first. I don't know that I mean, maybe that's your perspective that 300 is the problem, or that's what it is. But I don't know that that's what I've heard over the last 4 weeks, and that's where I guess I'm struggling to see where looking at the map and looking at the tables and the stuff. Maybe the utility cooperatives, on your perspective, the first 300 hits them in the face. But it doesn't seem like it's the subsequent 300s that are the problem, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And my concern is over a two-year period, 300 being the threshold for this, we're going to be inundated with 36 special contracts that we're going to have to review that have all these one-off terms. And
Well, I will respond to that briefly, that, again, the cooperatives, there's a pretty fair diversity in the size there, and I think if you look at the maps and the way that the broadband is being deployed, they're being deployed initially to the largest cooperatives. And so part of my concern is that we don't end up binding some of the smaller cooperatives who haven't gotten these requests and won't for some time to a standard that's really not realistic for them, while it may be a challenge for a larger co-op.
And that's why I want to be clear about the reason I didn't use an absolute number in my example is that if 1% for KU is very different than 1% for Cumberland Valley, and that I struggle. I'll just say for a second, I struggle with this idea of making making rules that look exclusively from the whole owner's perspective about, what if 5 different attachers bring me 1,000 each? Because if we exclusively look after that viewpoint, they go, hey, look, give Mr. Hampton at Cumberland Valley an additional amount of time for these people. But I am somewhat sympathetic to the other side of, they're going to where they're going. These people are trying to show up to give folks internet just because they chose a place that coincidentally other people are trying to attach at the same time. Should it take them 5 times longer to attach in, Bell County with Cumberland Valley than it is in Breathitt County with, I'm taking a guess here, Clark? But why should that attacher take 5 times longer just because that utility is more? But if we use a percentage threshold, it might be a happy median between the attacher and the pole owner at that point to say, okay, it's reflective of the abilities by the utility to do things, as opposed to an absolute basis, which number of poles doesn't seem to be a number of 600 poles for KU is going to be different for 600 poles than any of our electric cooperatives.
Yeah, and if I'm following along, the percentage approach is a better reflector of magnitude, which is a key consideration on this. Magnitude, geometry, and flow.
Relative to resources, that's right.
Is that information always available, so we're clear when you hit the 1% or whatever threshold percentage?
So-
Is that information readily available and
Do
accurate?
you all include the cooperatives? I'm trying to remember. You all have a number of customers. You have a rough number of poles in your annual reports, right?
Number
Yes.
of miles of line and you know, they know, that we know how many poles we
I
got.
think we filed that last informal conference, actually.
Yeah.
It may have been attached on the attendance list.
I think
I can look at it.
for some reason, I thought number of poles is included in the annual reports that are filed, but that's, okay.
Yeah, I think it is, because it does our depreciation and a lot of that. I think it is in there.
Okay. So as you
Well,
go, and then
I was just gonna make a
and then I'm
comment.
gonna turn it over to Mr. Warner and then see
Yeah,
if
yeah,
PCA is-
yeah, I'm sorry. It was kind of largely what Mr. Depp said. You know, kind of like, we're doing capital planning all the time for our electric system. You know, and, you know, I understood your comment there, Mr. Chairman, about, you know, do we, any of us have enough resources? I get that. But that's what we're trying to do, is to level out as much as we can our workload and resources over time as we're building substations and or new lines or new this. This is the same thing, and I appreciate Heather and Tracy. We've been communicating well with cooperatives, and that's what we're thinking about, is let's continue to do that. That's why this proposal that we've seen here, getting to a percentage, and let's work through that this way. We think that's gonna be probably as much productive as trying to play the number of attachments, poles games, where, because we may, when any attacher says, we are coming in this area, and we kind of talk about lines and route structures, we may be able to bring in the resources that we can, but if we don't know and it gets very asymmetric per se, that could be a challenge for us. So that's what we're hoping to do, is to get some consistency on that, is what we'd love to see.
Mr. Warner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So KBCA, of course, has given thoughts to the proposals around longer lead times for advance notice, informal negotiations in advance, and also what you just brought up most recently, additional kind of one-off large volume type agreements or special contracts. And with respect, from our perspective, all of those are a step backwards, really bad ideas that would just promote delay and inconsistency and lack of uniformity, and also fundamentally inconsistent with the legislative mandate that the Commission's operating under. The fact of the matter is that, as has been noted, utilities already have 60 days advance notice, and of course they have actual notice when they get the applications. In our real world experience, we don't see any movement during that time frame, so we worry that an additional 30 days, or as Duke proposes, an additional 120 days, isn't going to do anything to promote or facilitate expedited broadband deployment. We don't know what it is they would do during that time or what additional information would be needed, but it would, in our understanding, just create more delays, which is contrary to the legislative mandate. What we need is clear rules that channel and expedite the application review and survey process, and negotiations and discussions are really not the answer. What that would lead to is more time, more delay. And as an instance, just so you know, the KU agreement, the large volume agreement that was negotiated, took over a year to negotiate and finalize. And of course, if attachers had to do all of that on a one-off basis, it would create just one-off agreements that would be time-consuming, there'd be lack of uniformity, there wouldn't be certainty. That's why the Commission has rules, and that's why the Commission should clarify and strengthen its rules. The rules already have percentage limits that speak to the co-op's concern. And just to be clear on the earlier discussion around this, the review of the applications and the counting and so on needs to be based on a given attacher, not all attachers collectively. Of course, no one attacher knows who else is submitting attachment applications out there. So the limits and so on need to apply on a per attacher basis. But from our perspective, ultimately, obligations to negotiate more time in advance ultimately would undermine the existing regulations, create lack of uniformity, more delay, and would be inconsistent with the legislative mandate.
But are you all providing notice today?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're providing advance notice and, of course,
Can somebody
providing
talk about
actual
that?
notice.
What form?
in the
Because everybody is
application.
saying that there is no notice being provided.
Yeah.
So.
I gotta be honest, anybody
our
that
folks-
says they don't know what's going on is disingenuous, right? We've been meeting about it for 4 months.
Yeah, but
All
that's
the
not,
same
yeah,
people are in
and
the room.
Hold on a second. That wasn't the question.
Okay.
I try to be as factual as I can and self-deprecating when I need to be less than factual. Because I'm perfect and I'm only being self-deprecating to lighten the room. That's the only time I'm trying not to be factual. So here, I'm just trying to be factual. Knowing and notice are like there's this there's a difference between the two, and I'm trying to find out form of notice, timing of notice, location of notice.
We've met with every provider in the room,
Okay.
personally.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is ahead of each application, is there some like sort of formal email, formal letter? This is the number.
No.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to find out. So in terms of your all's opinion, you're taking the meeting being the notice.
So we try to inform the poll owners, here's where we're gonna be working, here's what's coming. We've even joined with some of the co-op group meetings and tried to explain. I mean, short of the application, I mean, should we, are you suggesting we engineer the application and then say, okay, this is more than 300 polls, now we gotta wait 60 days to submit?
I'm suggesting the regulation says what the regulation says. I'm asking in what form is notice intended to be provided, and I'm asking from the poll owners in what form do they feel like they're receiving the notice as envisioned under the current regulation.
Our understanding that maybe not the letter of the regulation, but the intent of the regulation was to provide notice of what you're gonna do, what your plans are, and we've made every effort to do that in person.
Yeah, and so what I'm trying to figure out is how I can square what you're saying with Mr. Werner's saying, where I'm suggesting a requirement that folks meet up front and figure certain things out, and he's saying that will set things back, but you're saying that's that's what we're trying to do today as the form of notice that's already required under the regulation. Those two things seem incongruent with each other.
I guess and Paul can step in if he wants to, I guess I don't see it that way.
Okay.
But I do find a 60-day notice on every application unreasonable.
I guess I'm trying to, because that's what I think the regulations have a minimum notice requirement in them, and that's why I asked earlier about the teeth and the implication and whether it's people are even providing notice within that time period. And then to Mr. Werner's point, what the hell are people doing after we give them, if we give them 60 days notice, what benefit is there to them? That's what we're trying to figure out, because as Mr. Warner liked to remind us, we're under the gun here now with a minimum amount of time that we now, at the direction of the legislature, have to make some amendments to our regulation.
So, Mike Chwanek from Charter Communications. I think, Mr. Chairman, we're open to working through and improving the notice process, right? If there's something about what's happening right now, we're open to suggestions on that. I think one of the challenges we're seeing, and I think is evident by the conversation today, is there is an assumption that a certain level of detail is necessary from us in order for it to be actionable, right? Meaning for the poll owners to prepare, they want geography, they want numbers of polls, right? That's all fair, right? And so then the question ends up being, what is going into this notice, right? To make it meaningful, right? So that, and other than, and I'm not a native Kentuckian, so I apologize. But if we're going to tell them we've got an agreement with Scott County, we're going into Scott County in the next 18 months, we think we're going to do X number of polls, I'm not sure what they're going to do with that, right? And maybe it has value in terms of their ramp up, right? But that becomes a question. And I think the challenge we have is, I think what you're describing on a going forward basis, I guess I'd be open to kind of wrapping my head around it. But at the moment, we've got a backlog of polls, right, of significant volume, and that's more notice than anything we could ever provide, right? We've got applications that are sitting there with locations and numbers and surveys and everything, right? So we're trying to kind of, I guess, square that in our head, and I think that was reflected in
Do
Paul's.
you have surveys? Or is the issue the make ready, or is the issue the survey? Or what is the backlog of polls? Or is the issue technically the application? I mean, that's what we're trying to get into. I don't want to be pedantic, but we don't want to just do a shotgun approach here. And, add 10 days of this and 2 days of this, and you do this and you do that, and it not actually address the detailed issues. So where in that process, across the utilities, is the actual problem, because where the problem sits is going to change the solution.
Right.
No, I was gonna say, Heather, I think, at the previous session, you kind of walked through at a high level, and we don't need to pick on individual entities, kind of the backlog associated with various entities. And maybe to the chair's question, just kind of highlighting the circumstances, as a general matter.
Yeah, so we went through kind of what that backlog looked like last month. It was around 48,000 polls, right, that we had in a submitted state against all kind of poll owners. Month to date, we've received about 5,000 polls back, right, of that total. Of course, we're putting more applications in.
Sorry, 5,000 back. You've received 5,000 permits?
Polls.
No, again,
Approved
that's what I'm trying to
polls
say.
to attach.
Yeah, okay, that's
Yeah,
what I'm trying to.
approved to attach, yes.
That's what I mean.
And so I think the hangup is more, to your question, the submission that we accompany our survey with, we submit our application, and then it is getting that back. It's not really post-make ready, and Tracy, keep me honest, it's really getting those approvals back along with then the make ready, right, to then take action. That's where the chunk of the delay is.
Post-survey, pre-make ready.
Correct, post our survey. So post our submission.
I think what we're talking about is that there is a factual disagreement between the attachers and some of the poll owners.
Yeah, we're just gonna use the word tendered from here on out.
Okay.
Because it has no legal implication other than we gave it to you. So that's what we do here at the commission. You tender an application, you don't file it until we tell you it's been filed.
And
So
how
we'll
do
just
you-
say tendered.
Sorry.
Go
How do
ahead.
you receive the approval or the rejection? Is that an email? Is that a phone call?
No, it's typically through the system of
Through
which
the
we
system.
tender the
Some
applications.
systems, various systems.
Going to a group of people or
Yep.
just, okay.
Okay. So practical terms, and I know your all's proposal being what it is, put the onus on the poll owners, make them get the resources, hold them to defined time periods, let's go, right? I'm taking that I understand where you're going, it's not a negotiation, but I understand your position on that. If we take at face value that being caught on guard or off guard doesn't matter, but being approached with a certain level of poll attachment request all at one time. Like, Clark was mentioned, so we just use Clark. We have 3,000, we want the 3,000 right now, right? We file all of them, whether it's 5 applications or 1 application, doesn't matter. It's 3,000 polls Charter would like to attach to Clark. Clark, let's just say, doesn't have the requirement to provide a survey up front, so you all can just talk to them a couple months ahead of time. We're gonna be doing lots, we don't know how many yet. It's gonna be in your territory, it's gonna be a mixture of this county, this county, this county, 3,000 polls. 60 days, you talk to them about that, you send an email and you have a conversation with them. Sit down, tell them everything you know at the time. Then you all spend the next 2 months working on your application, okay? And you submit that application, and they don't respond to you within 10 days. Today, that's all like today, that's all I get that Clark's tariff doesn't say that, but let's just say that. So you don't give them a survey, you just give them the application, 10 days goes by, it's accepted, right? You tendered it, sat there, it's been there 10 days, it's complete, it's deemed complete, that starts the clock for the survey. I don't know, what are they, it's over 1,000, so there is no defined time period, right? Like, that becomes, that's a problem. let's just take the defined time period that's in for less than 1,000. So what is that? How many days for a survey?
60.
60 days. Okay. Clark doesn't have the resources to do that survey in 60 days. They don't have the resources to do that in 60 days. They can go out and try to get somebody. It's going to go beyond, let's just say it goes beyond the 60 days. What's the moral hazard in it going beyond the 60 days? Well, I don't know. You all file a complaint against Clark for not following the regulation, fine, the commission takes that up, that's that deal. But for you all, you don't have your attachments in the time period that you all want them, right? So like, there may be a moral hazard for the utility or the pole owner not abiding by the regulation for whatever reason. But at some point, you all just want the attachments in a timely manner. So having a 60-day deadline or a 90-day deadline is no use if it's 270 days before it actually gets done. It just took you all that much longer.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so just say that there's a certain threshold where everybody in the room agrees, yeah, somebody's gonna need time to ramp up at this volume, okay? Whether a meeting or 6 months or 90 days or Duke proposed a half a birthday, whatever it is, we just say we all in our minds have an agreement on how long it would take, and you all are proposing an attachment. It's beyond the threshold in everybody's mind. Yeah, we would need more resources. At a certain threshold, is there a concern with giving no notice, filing application, and just having a defined but longer time period where you know you're going to get it done, right? I'm making up a number here. 3 months, 3.5 months, right? 100 days to do all of the survey and make ready. And just say, look, we give you an application, you have 10 days to review it. After 10 days, it's complete. And then the utility has more time, but it's more time in toto, right, between both make ready and survey. And then there is a firm, hard deadline at that point where you have to get it back. Is that preferential to attachers, or do you all feel like, using Mr. Werner's words, is that a step back? Because who cares how long the application and the survey and the make ready and the time, the payments take individually? What matters, it sounds like to you all, is
Yeah, the end-to-end.
when we need it and when we need it done. When we file it and when we need it done. Do y'all have a thought on that? Like having complete time periods, that way somebody can go, look, we've got extra people to do survey. The survey we can do fast. We can meet that 60-day time period quick. It's the make ready we need additional time. To have that flex between that burden shifting to just say, okay, you got a complete application, now let us go. We don't have to worry about correcting your make ready or correcting your survey. Do y'all have a thought on that?
No issues. The entire clock is what matters most.
Can I offer a suggestion? So
Sure.
one of the things that I was thinking earlier was the notice period, the 60-day notice in the regulation is pretty vague in terms of what's required. And so that, and I would absolutely agree with what, Tracy's comment was. We're having meetings. We're talking.
You know generally that it's going to happen.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's been good communication, right? So I mean, that's a value. But what might be beneficial from a regulatory standpoint would be, so this notice, must include sort of the total timeline of the project, to your point, the desired connection date, the desired, design period, some milestones along the scope of the project.
But what I'm trying to ask is,
That would allow both
let's
parties.
skip the notice period and just, look, if you all have to give that level of detail in a notice, why not just give them an application at that 60 days and give them an extra 60 days to get the project done?
Yes, because that's essentially doing a survey to give notice.
Is that conceptually
Right.
better to you all than to be trying to do this, give a good notice?
Which is why we've tried to kind of give that higher level forecast of, here are the counties we've been awarded, here is the rough pole count per mile, here's our forecast, right, and our priority order, and the pole owners in the respective.
And not that I'm trying to get rid of the meetings. I think the meetings have value. I'm trying to say, why waste, and it feels like we're wasting 60 days with this idea of notice as opposed to just giving the information over to the pole owner and then just letting them have that additional time to get the work done, so that in totality, you all should be getting the attachment actually earlier than you are, because the utility has all the information, and then they're the captain of their own ship at that point. They're not trying to confirm the surveys, they're not waiting on information, it's not a back and forth, they're not waiting for details, it's just, here's where we need to go now, but within a defined time period. Frankly, that's what I'm viewing whenever I was talking about sort of ad hoc or one-off projects, is if you're going to a particular utility saying, we're fine giving you X amount up front, and then we're fine giving you an extra 2 months to do the project, because we can know with certainty it's actually gonna get done in that time period. But it's just using the 2 months from the notice and putting it on the back end. That's what I'm.
We agree, right? And that's why we want kind of two things. One, to be able to put in our entire project, right? Here's the entire thing that we forecast, and they'll vary in size, right? Because as I think one of the poll owners mentioned, is that there could be 3 attachers in one county, or it could be us with all 3 of the volume in the county, right? And so either way, the same amount of volume may be going to a poll owner, and it can come from various attachers, or it can come from one attacher, right? And so we want to give our entire project with as much notice as we can, all at one time, right? Versus having any throttles within the system. But it's really critical to understand the difference between the poll count and the number of applications, because certain applications have a poll limit to them, right? So we have poll owners that limit the number of polls per
I'm of the opinion
application.
applications does not matter once you get past the first review period, the 10-day review period. At that point, it's
But
polls.
those, when you have that individual clock, right, it matters for us to get that whole project back if there is a limit per
The
application.
project's not defined. It's not, I mean, project's a technical, not a technical, it's a generic industry term you all are using for, almost an in-house term per each attacher for how you all, and you may be attaching 5,000 poles in a single county. That may not be one project to you. That may be the northern parts at RDOF and the bottom parts that carry over from this. It's technically 2 projects for you, but it's gonna look like for everybody else, one county.
Well, that may be something that the parties should discuss, is some structure around what a project is. Because I think a lot of the proposals, certainly from the IOU side of the equation, are really designed to address projects. I mean, it's not the one-off, two-off applications, or even one application for 306 polls a month. It's the big stuff. And by the way, I think the parties, the stakeholders here, agree on the destination, which is getting to completion within a defined period of time. We just have very different philosophies on the best way to get there. And I couldn't disagree with Mr. Werner more when he says that it's a step back to steer more of these to the negotiations that can tailor the plan to the deployment, which is exactly what KU and Charter did. And I'll let I'll let KU and Charter say whether it's successful thus far. But that, from the IOU perspective, puts the parties in the best position to achieve regulatory certainty and to actually get the project completed. And while it's true that that agreement took over a year to negotiate, it didn't need to. And I'll just leave it there. I don't think that this is the right forum to get into why that negotiation took that long.
It's not.
But we anticipate that subsequent negotiations would be much faster, and if they weren't, we're proposing that backstop where the commission gets involved and says, one of you's being unreasonable, and here's how we're gonna do it.
So, to add to that, I mean, I agree with those comments in general, but I will say that, I don't mean this to reflect anything more than uncertainty sitting here at this minute, but I fear a little bit that the project being undefined could unintentionally exacerbate the resource planning problem that we've got. Under the current regulation, where you've got thresholds, 1,000 polls for a 30-day period, that in essence helps you effectuate a flow and a planning of resources.
Yeah.
If that is not addressed in this process and someone were to put a timeline on a project, you could end up in a scenario where you'd be worse off than where you've been in terms of having resources available to get the attachments out, which of course is basically.
Well, I don't disagree, but what I want to say is just to make sure, you know, in your theoretical, just that we understand it, right now, the way the process is working, you know, that you approve a project, we do some payments and back and forth, but we'd like to see all that be part of a discussion. That's really why we're kind of supportive of having a discussion on the front side of all this to make sure So, because in that scenario, let's say we went out and engineered it and then, oh no, we're gonna go underground. Well, we ramped up a lot of resources, and we designed it this way and then go a different direction, then we got a problem. I'm not saying that that could happen, I'm just saying that's part of that whole process you're talking about. When you set a window, then it certainly has to be discussed, and both parties have to be, what's the end point, let's get there and do it in the right way.
And I'll say too, that projects need resources to complete. And the high volume framework that we've engaged in with Charter successfully provides the contractual certainty necessary to obtain and keep the resources necessary to execute on the project. Without that contractual framework and in its place, you have month-to-month uncertainty around the number of polls that are going to be submitted by an attacher. It's difficult, number one, to obtain, and even more difficult to retain the resources necessary for a successful outcome.
So let's put a little bit of meat on that bone, if I could, just for a second, which is, I believe the question was raised of what's going on during that notice period, right? For this high volume plan, you're getting resources, which we've talked about a lot here. For this high volume plan, we've got about 90 folks working on the engineering side and data collection, and then another 20, maybe up to 50, depending upon the now make-ready that's coming through on the construction side. And so we're not doing nothing during those periods. While those negotiations were going on and so forth, we were ramping up those resources, and it's not a trivial matter. We've talked about how difficult it is to find those resources, and you're going to multiple firms, you're doing bids, you're doing a lot of work that just doesn't happen, overnight. And so it takes something to put together a project like that. It does take some notice.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think and this is obviously the agency's struggle, with us collectively. I think what we're struggling with is kind of two different dynamics. One is as we talk about like the notice issue, on a going forward basis, as things are being managed, should they be managed a different way? Should the notice be more fulsome? And I know you were taking that issue and kind of collapsing it into an aggregate timeline. But I think the tension here, is twofold. One is what happens on a going forward basis versus the stress, and I understand everybody's under stress here as well, the stress that we're managing with the existing backlog, right? And our concern about, okay, we're going to kind of take a time out and now we're going to start doing notices when we're concerned about the backlog we're managing right now, right? That's concern number one. The second policy tension that you're going to have to, potentially unravel is respectfully this tension between what do the underlying regulations provide and what foundation do they provide and how much certainty do they provide versus high volume agreements and special contracts. And it's our view, and Paul and others can speak to this, that we want the regs to cover most of the circumstances and the special contracts or the high volume agreements to be the exception. And I think there's the other side of the coin seems to suggest that, well, the regulations kind of serve as a baseline, but high volume agreements and special contracts are commonplace, right? And that's not something that we would view as ideal.
Here becomes the fundamental issue with that, though, and you're as well suited as anybody to respond to this, is that we can only regulate the behavior of one of the primary parties involved in every one of these transactions. We can only regulate the behavior of the pole owner. And so if we say notice has to be provided, our only ability to do something about that, if somebody fails to provide adequate notice, is to dictate what the utility's actions, responses, or obligations are in light of whatever the attacher in this instance's actions were. So we can't say you shall provide notice. We have no teeth. We don't regulate attachers. We have no teeth to enforce that on you, right? The only thing we have is we regulate the pole owner and can only regulate their conduct and obligations to say, for instance, I'm making stuff up here, but as an anecdote, if somebody doesn't give you 60 days notice, you shall not accept the application until you've been given 60 days notice. Or if somebody fails to give you notice, X, Y, and Z. We can only control and regulate the conduct of the regulated entity. And so when I start talking about special contracts or agreements, I think I am inherently and now explicitly acknowledging that we can only regulate the conduct of one of the two parties involved in any of these interactions, right? And it's a little hard to drive the entirety of that burden shifting, which we went over, I think, the second meeting where I talked about it, maybe it was the first, where we only regulate the behavior and obligations of one of those entities when the burden is on them. But we have no oversight, whatever, over the action or inaction of the second party. And the benefit, in my personal views, and this is not a PSC position, the benefit of requiring, within certain circumstances, an agreement amongst the parties is that you all have effectively, as an attacher, have agreed that your conduct will be a certain way so that it can effectuate the conduct of the other party. Payment is a perfect example. If payment has to be received in order for the make ready or the survey to be, to begin the make ready, the global we can't start the clock for the make ready for being done if the entity requires payment prior to the make ready occurring, right? That's not a clock starting, that's the clock was supposed to start, but the conduct that has to occur prior to that clock starting is not under the regulated entity's control, it's under, the customer's control. And so we get into this situation where if the collective goal of the room is to hit certain targets out here, only by controlling regulations, only through our regulations, can we control the conduct of half of the parties that contribute to whether or not that is fixed. And that's not that's not a comment on anybody, it's just a regulatory acknowledgement on my part that we're attempting to fix this global issue with one hand tied behind our back, in the sense that we can only control, we can only regulate the people who technically control half of the equation. But it's a mutual engagement. You can't do this until you've done this, and then you can't start that until you start that. And so we can only control or regulate one half of the situation. But if you have an agreement amongst yourselves and a meeting of the minds, if you will, then effectively the control is back on each of the parties, and I'll just be perfectly honest with you, completely under our jurisdiction at that point, right? If a counterparty to a special contract, if they've given up certain rights and obligations, it then becomes under the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission, and then we can dictate both sides of that and make sure that the outcomes are met. And so I'll just tell you, when I threw it out there, it's a little bit selfish, but it's towards an end of people go, well, why, these aren't being done, it's the Public Service Commission's fault. We only control half the equation. But if for these massive projects that the meetings are seemingly helpful, and appreciation of things, payment options, those are some of the things that we can't necessarily do anything about, or can't do everything about. If those can be agreed to by the parties, it fixes what seemingly is about 80% in my view of the problem. And so I know that you all, and I appreciate this idea of regulatory certainty. And what I was suggesting is not for every attachment you have to enter into a special contract. I'm not trying to undo the regulations. What I'm trying to say is, if you all plan on doing 10,000 polls or 5,000 polls across Bluegrass's territory over the next year and a half, it seems that it would make the most sense, given that it's across I'm picking on Bluegrass because they're the most geographically expanded co-op. It might make sense to go and have a conversation about them and say, hey, we really need this one first and this one second. We technically gave you this one first. Can you flip them? having some formality around that instead of just a mere ask would be frankly beneficial to you all, because then if they've agreed to that, you have something to hold them accountable to. And so I say this in the context of what I suggested, which is if you can't come to agreement, you come to the commission. I know that there's a perception that the complaint process at the commission could go up to a year. No good deed goes unpunished. We put an outer date on that because otherwise our complaint process is open-ended. We thought we were doing a good thing by saying you'll at least get an answer by a year. You know, I'm talking about this in the context of you might get an answer in 30 days. You might get an answer in 10 days, depending on the level of the dispute. That all of these things are going to interact with each other, but absent, well, this is a personal view, absent something that controls the conduct to a certain degree of the attacher, I can't go back to the legislature in a year and say, we can promise you we're gonna do everything that needs to be done to make sure that we hit all of our dates. All I can say is we've done the things that are within our power to do. And that's, you know, maybe that's purposefully limiting, but I'd give you that worldview to give you additional context on why I throw out there for certain large projects something that looks like a special contract with individual entities, at least to certain terms, right? Maybe payment terms or whatever it may be, or maybe suggesting if you're going to do more than 3,000 polls for an individual utility, then you have to engage in a special contract around payment. I don't know that we need to be dictating what security needs to be given for special sizes in a regulation. That certainly seems a right place for a special contract, and then the regulation tariffs control all the rest. So for a response or acknowledgement or whatever you want to give me on that, but that's where I'm coming from, is that we can only control half of the equation here.
Yeah, Paul, I didn't know if you wanted to add to that. I was comfortable.
Yeah, I can let you handle it, Mike, but Mr. Chairman, I certainly hear what you're saying, but utilities are regulated in this context for an important reason, and I understand that you only can regulate half of the equation, but shifting to informal negotiations essentially means taking that other hand and putting it behind your back, so to speak. The vicissitudes of private negotiations of these kinds of agreements are what they are, but ultimately they take time, they cost money, they're inconsistent, and they can generate unfair and inappropriate terms, inconsistent with the commission's existing rules. So while it might be beneficial in some circumstances, and certainly the parties are free to negotiate those kinds of arrangements, in terms of the commission's mandate here, the commission has existing rules. From our perspective, what it should do is tighten those up to make them work as they are intended to work, rather than shift everything back to a world of private contract, which historically hasn't worked, it doesn't work, and even, again, not to belabor the KU agreement, it does take time, and it doesn't generate uniformity or consistency, which is critical here. With respect to the comment about projects, as you've noted, there are real definitional issues there around scope. And again, it just creates uncertainty. What attachers need are clear timeframes and uniform rules of the road to, as Mr. Chwanek said, clear the existing backlog of attachments, applications that are pending out there, and to move forward with a level of certainty and predictability and uniformity and speed.
And I understand what you're saying, but you can't have certainty. In a perfect world, the way the regs are written, yeah, it could work like that, but in reality on the ground, they're saying that they can't meet those timeframes. So there's gotta be some give and take somewhere.
I mean, I think our main point is that deadlines are only as good as the resources, because the
Right.
deadlines trigger the right to self-help. Well, to exercise self-help, you have to have the right resources. If the right resources aren't available, then self-help is of no avail. That's why we think our proposal, which brings the specific resources to the specific time and place of the deployment, is the superior approach.
I'm a little hesitant to flip back to telecom days, but I am struck, I mean, particularly in light of activities going on at the FCC and I'm struck by the Telecom Act provisions that required parties to negotiate when there were issues of dispute amongst them. And when those couldn't be resolved, the commission could step in and help mediate those or resolve the decisions. And part of the rationale for that, even though it's long past, was to help address those factual specifics that are unique to the various parties in that agreement, in that arrangement. And I think that's what we've been trying to get to all along, is a direct understanding with our attachers as to what we can responsibly meet to protect the safety and reliability of the system while accomplishing the objectives of getting broadband to our members.
So, I think we're at a healthy stopping point. We're gonna take lunch a little early, sorry I lied to you, Todd. We get back, I'm gonna let the other commissioners take over. I have a, go pick up my child, at daycare with pink eye, so, you all win today. You get to be cold, I get to go be hot, and, I've gotta take care of sick kids. So, we'll come back, what do you all wanna come back at?
One.
Okay, we'll come back at 1, to continue and, take this up there. Thanks.
I think the commission has decided that there is gonna be another meeting. I know in the past three, have been, these past four have been about a month apart. I think with the time crunch that we have, it's gonna be sooner, but we're gonna have to get with Jeb to iron down a date, and get him into the loop on this. We'll be sending out a guidance, with a date on that new meeting. But in the meantime, if there's any questions, concerns, anything you want to add to any of this, go ahead and file it into the record now. We would just ask you to do that, just to expedite the whole process. For the remainder of the afternoon, I think we're going to start out with item number 3 on the agenda, which is, pardon me, the expediting the make ready, and then maybe move into self-help and any definitions that need clarification. We'd like to try to get out of here by at least 4 o'clock. That's okay with everybody in the room and online. Other than that, if there's any questions that anybody had from the session this morning, we can entertain those right now. Otherwise, we'll just jump right into the remainder of the topics.
We had started with more global conversations when we first started having these meetings, and then we had a Senate resolution that sort of refocused our efforts toward promulgating what help we can by regulation, and we've got a tight deadline to get that accomplished. So the more we can limit our comments to specific changes to a reg that might help for the meantime, I think that would be really useful. And I like the global discussions, and I think most of us do and think they're helpful. And maybe we can continue those even after we get our reg promulgated under this tight deadline that we're under. But in the meantime, for this meeting and the one immediately after this one, the more we can limit our comments to just specific changes to a reg that might help, the better we can get our short-term goal accomplished. And then I don't necessarily want to commit the entire PSC, but I think we're committed to continuing these discussions as long as they're useful. But so agenda item, Ellen, what did you say we were doing next?
And if there are more thoughts on the discussion we had this morning, feel free to email us too if you have other comments or suggestions.
Thank you. So if we would start with the expediting and make ready.
And does anyone want to volunteer to be the first to talk today? We had.
I think this is some of our comments too. So Paul, do you want to address any of that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. So we had proposed some changes to the regulations to expedite the make ready process. Specifically, we believe the commission should amend the existing regulations to require utilities to attain all necessary resources and personnel to meet the applicable timelines by a prompt and reasonable date certain.
Can you guys hear him? Just, Mr. Warner, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know if our IT can turn up the volume a bit, or if you could get closer to your mic.
Yeah, sure. I can do my part. Can you hear me better now?
That is better.
And then one other suggestion before parties start speaking, for the benefit of those of us who are not in the room, if you would please announce your name and who it is that you're representing, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Paul Warner, outside counsel to the KBCA. Speaking to the expediting make ready, what our proposal is for the commission to amend its regulations to require utilities to attain necessary resources and then mandate remedies for attachers if and when utilities fail to meet their obligations. And so speaking specifically to our proposed changes, we propose the commission add a new subsection, and we laid it out in our comments, but just to hit the highlights, we propose that utilities shall obtain all necessary resources to meet the timelines within 30 days of receipt of an application. And if a utility cannot meet the deadlines before the expiration of a deadline, then the utility should negotiate in good faith with attachers regarding solutions to enable attachers to deploy their networks, including such concepts as conditional licenses or temporary attachments. That's in a proposed subsection A. In a proposed subsection B, we propose that if a utility fails to meet its deadlines, then application should be deemed granted, and also an attacher should be able to engage in self-help with a contractor of its own choosing, provided the contractor meets all required safety standards. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Do we have responses?
Yes, I'll start off, and then I'm going to ask Pam and Jason and John to provide some of the further details. But this is not a solution that we think adds value to the process, and there are a handful of reasons why. Number one, we talked about this a good bit before lunch, resources are the critical problem when it comes to performing, especially the most critical part of the process, which is the survey and engineering. 30 days is not sufficient to marshal all of the resources for any type of project on any occasion. It might be in some limited circumstances, but that is not a good time period. And that's why we've been suggesting that the alternative involves either some combination of notice and or negotiation to get the right resources to the right place at the right time. Even setting that part of the proposal aside, though, the middle part, which would require the utility to negotiate in good faith for conditional licenses or temporary attachments, is something that has actually been addressed at length in the prior informal conferences. The investor-owned utility perspective on this, I believe the co-ops share this view, is that a temporary attachment is another name for a violation, and that is not prudent system management. I'll invite Jason and Pam and John into the conversation on that.
Yeah, I would just echo that, in our view, there is no such thing as a temporary attachment. The attachment exists or it doesn't exist. It's putting load on that pole, it's creating a potential violation in the NESC code, and it's either there or it isn't. It's not just a temporary attachment. And really what you're looking at there are potential safety issues and reliability compromises.
We'll hear from any other utilities that want to address that, and then we can go back to attachers.
Well, let me follow up. Yeah, we would be concerned about the safety and reliability of those issues. We have seen that to where, I've said this in my comments before, that some of these contractors are newer contractors, newer communications linemen. We've got new linemen because there's been a dramatic turnover in line workers across the country. We're worried about the safety of those guys. And there has been a huge increase in contacts from communications contractors. So that's from our insurance people. I can get you the data on that, and I'll even supply that. So that is certainly one of those concerns. But the other one is having the resources available to meet certain deadlines. We see you in rate cases. Who is going to pay for those resources? If we ramp up those resources and then they're not utilized to their best, then somebody has got to pay for those resources. Now, as I said, the $1 million that was appropriated over the next 2 years is helpful, but that is very minimal when you're looking at the additional resources that would be necessary to meet that kind of demand. So that we really would hate to impact our ratepayers for something like that.
This is Jeremy Gibson with Duke Energy. We kind of second that notion, and I don't think any company in the room, much less the utilities, would agree to just have folks lying around waiting for work that may or may not ever come in. So to be ramped up in advance of something, I don't see anybody making that business case or agreeing to it. From a temporary attachment perspective, it's the same thing here. There is no such thing as a temporary attachment. And in doing so, or allowing a temporary attachment, would realistically only be on poles where there is make ready, and the whole reason for the make ready is due to clearance issues, either code to ground, other attachers, power. So in essence, in allowing a temporary attachment, you're going to put somebody in harm's way, whether it be the vendor, their contractors, whoever it is. That is all a temporary attachment is. So there's no way, I don't see anybody agreeing to look the other way on safety to allow temporary attachments.
There was one third aspect to the proposal that I wanted to address just very briefly, and that is the very end suggests that if one of the deadlines isn't met, that the attaching entity can go perform the work with a contractor of its choosing that meets the criteria set forth in Section 5. That is also something that at least Kentucky Power, LG&E, and KU do not support, because that, at least with respect to the survey side of the work or the power space make-ready side of the work, that work has to be done by approved contractors, the people that actually know the system, know how to work within the software applications to do the engineering, and know how to actually do the things in the field. The comm space make-ready is a different issue, and this kind of ties into what the IOUs proposed with respect to comm space make-ready. We agree, or we sympathize at least, with the attaching entities when it comes to the steps involved in the make-ready process, which we haven't really gotten into yet. But what we're proposing is that the new attacher does all communication space make-ready after completion of power space make-ready through the use of a qualified contractor. That does not have to be that type of contractor, the one that's only working in the comm space to move existing attachments and to install the new attachment. That does not have to be one of our closely guarded, highly vetted, highly competent, approved contractors. That can be any qualified contractor that meets the criteria set forth in Section 5, I think subpart 3 of the existing reg. And we think that would expedite the process. We don't know if the attachers support that, but it would compress that comm space make-ready and installation process by a pretty sizable chunk of time.
Do we have attachers who'd like to address that, or? Okay. And
We can bring the mic to it.
Oh, okay, good.
and if you don't mind, just say your name.
Yes,
and who-
Carlos Sanchez, AT&T Kentucky. Thank you. So I guess isolating the communication space is not contemplated on the FCC rules. One-touch make-ready is not available to new attachers for complex make-ready. So we feel that just separating the communication space is not a good idea, just because a lot of the big issue has to do with new pole replacements. And of course, that's something that we don't, a contractor wouldn't be able to address.
Thank you.
This is Paul Warner again, KVCA. Can I jump in with some response comments as well?
Sure, while someone's coming to the mic.
Sure. So just to be clear, with respect to the conditional license proposal, what we had proposed and set forth in our proposed amendment to the regulations is only that the parties negotiate over solutions. One potential solution may be conditional licenses, but there may be others, and we're not proposing that conditional licenses be required. What we are proposing is that the parties just be duty-bound to actually negotiate. Conditional licenses are something that have been used in other regions as agreed by the parties, and they can be done in compliance with the NESC. In terms of the resource question and the costs associated with that, those costs are recovered directly from attachers through the make-ready process itself, but they're also embedded into the recurring rental rates that attachers pay. In terms of self-help, I can address the one-touch make-ready piece when we get to that specific item, but no, that is not something that KBCA supports. In terms of self-help more generally, that is something that's baked into the regulations as it is.
Did you have a comment, or were you just helping with the microphone?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone else want to weigh in?
Well, we've said it before, but I feel like maybe I'll just say it again. I mean, the safety of, and the reliability of the infrastructure is really key to us. And so from the electric cooperative perspective, the proposal here is made in the context of a resource inadequacy scenario. And to Mr. Warner's comments earlier, I mean, the idea of negotiating is actually consistent with what we had proposed in terms of the thresholds previously in our discussion before lunch. And so we're happy to get together to negotiate those sorts of things, but a 30-day time frame is going to present the same problems that resource adequacy issues present. And just, I heard a mention a moment ago as well in terms of doing a provisional attachment consistent with the NASC. Again, many of the utilities have different standards that are above that. That's a floor, but there are standards that would apply beyond that, and it's just not feasible to have people out there, third parties, doing that sort of critical work on the utilities infrastructure.
And did anybody have a specific recommendation beyond KBCA's recommendation for how that particular regulation would need to be modified? Other than some people just disagree.
Well, we did have a specific recommendation, and
Okay.
it was the one that we discussed before lunch, which is to steer these projects toward the negotiation model so that resources aren't a problem, so that nobody's scrambling to find resources in some arbitrarily short period like 30 days. The resources are there because the parties have planned for the resources to be there, because there's the contractual commitment to pay for those resources. Because it's not like a utility is going to go out and just secure a bunch of resources and pay for them on its own with the possibility that some big project might come along. We need to know what the big project is. We need to have the contractual commitment from the attacher to pay for those. That's how we get resources to a project, not just through arbitrary regulatory deadlines.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Warner?
Yes, just on that, we had a discussion of that. We think the rules need to be tightened and strengthened. The rules are an important backstop, and we don't think that private negotiation is really the solution to these issues for the host of reasons I've already discussed. And also, the advance notice is not the same, of course, as negotiating private contracts. So we don't think that those kinds of arrangements are ultimately the solution here.
Could I just ask to make sure I heard you correctly? You're saying, and maybe we're using different words for the same thing, but having a pre-planning meeting 6 months out, you don't think would be beneficial to make sure that the resources are there, to make sure that they're installed on time? Am I understanding that?
Well, I think what Mr. Langley was referring to was the extension of that notice period, which we don't agree with. There's already a 60-day notice period provided for in utility tariffs. We don't think that should be extended. We don't think that there should be mandatory pre-planning negotiations. But those, as our folks in the room have already discussed, those meetings are ongoing, and perhaps they can articulate further what's happening there in the field on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner, just to elaborate on that, I think a little bit, I think, and I made this point earlier when the chairman was here, I think we're trying to kind of manage two different sets of reality. One is the reality that we're dealing with today with a backlog of permits and polls. And the other one, what gets managed on a going forward basis, right? So I think we're open to working with some kind of a new notice regime, right, on a going forward basis. I mean, that would obviously, to the extent it's helpful to the poll owners, it obviously would be beneficial to us. But I would distinguish that between managing the backlog that's in hand right now. There's no need to give notice because they have more information than we could ever give them in a notice, right? They actually have, pending matters before them. And, the only thing I would take issue with the final comment, which was kind of the term arbitrary regulatory deadlines was used. Those arbitrary regulatory deadlines are important to us, right? And when the chairman was here earlier, he talked about you guys, the agency being under a 30-day clock to take certain actions. The reason there are timelines and deadlines in the regulations is because we should have a reasonable ability to plan on that basis, right?
Right.
So those deadlines have to be meaningful, and they aren't, we would not characterize them as arbitrary.
But the deadlines are only meaningful if there are resources to back up the remedy for missing them. That's one of the last points I think that we addressed right before lunch, is this all comes down to resources. And resources that's the true bottleneck. And we can't just wave a magic wand and create more. That's what requires the planning. And this issue of notice, whether it should be 60 days or 90 days, perhaps a little too much emphasis has been put on the technical issue of notice. What I think the investor owns are saying there is the opportunity to plan and negotiate and to contract in a way that allows the utility to bring the resources to the project. And whether that's called an advance notice requirement or a negotiation requirement with a backstop of an expedited commission resolution process is less important to us than is the requirement that the parties are talking about the project, that the utility understands the needs of the project in very firm terms and can marshal and bring those resources to the project in a way that fulfills the needs of the attacher.
So let me just suggest that we keep going through the agenda, but then I think we take the last hour to talk about the backlog and what we can do to address that, if there's anything. Does that make sense? Okay.
We'll move on to the next topic unless there are more comments. Ellen? We addressed that to a certain extent.
We did.
I guess self-help is the next item on the agenda. Anybody want to volunteer as tribute?
I believe this was our suggestion. I think this agenda item came from the investor-owned suggestions. The goal here was really to create more clarity around the contractor rules, so there is no dispute as these big deployments begin as to what type of contractor could do what type of work. So I'm going to try to frame this without sounding flippant, but the contractors that the utilities care about the most are the contractors that perform the survey and engineering and the power space make ready. Just speaking for Kentucky Power, Kentucky Utilities, and LG&E, we don't care nearly as much about who is doing work in the comm space. That can be any contractor that Charter or any other KBCA member deems to be qualified under the Commission's existing regulation. But insofar as it relates to a survey and engineering on an electric utility pole, or insofar as it relates to supply space make ready, whether that's rearranging conductors, lifting a transformer, replacing a pole, that work has to be done by approved contractors and only approved contractors.
Anyone have a different opinion?
Yeah, sure. This is Paul Warner again for KBCA. I can weigh in on this. What the proposal, as we understand it, really boils down to is a further extension of One Touch Make Ready. That is something that we do not support. There are many reasons for that. One is it often leads to one party putting another party's facilities in violation and creating other issues with their facilities. We are okay with the process on an informal basis, but we don't think it should be commission mandated. What we think the commission really should be target its focus on here is really just strengthening the existing rules, not overhauling them or creating new concepts that don't currently exist. We also, as is suggested by this proposal, we do not support the idea that there should be an elimination in the distinction that currently exists in the regulation between simple and complex make ready. Again, our focus really is on just clarifying and strengthening what the rules already provide, rather than introducing other fraught concepts like one-touch make-ready in this context.
One-touch make-ready is either unused or it's useless, because nobody is submitting one-touch make-ready applications. And so that part of the existing rule, at least from the investor-owned perspective, has been a non-factor. It doesn't do anything to move the meter. That's why, and I know it seems extreme when you look at our red line, but it's really not. It's just dispensing with the existing one-touch make-ready rule and bringing in, it's almost like one-touch make-ready on steroids, where not only is the applicant allowed to do certain types of work under certain circumstances, but the applicant is required to do all comm space work under all circumstances, which we think eliminates a significant amount of back and forth. It eliminates the new attacher having to rely on the goodwill of existing attachers who may in fact have anti-competitive motive to move their facilities in a timely fashion, and it reduces the number of trips that people make to the pole. And so there's a safety component here as well. I mean, the fewer trips made to the same location, fewer chances there are of some incident. So we think that this is not only an approach that expedites the process, saves time, but also promotes safety and reliability.
Again, Paul Warner for KBCA. Our position is the solution to the one-touch make-ready that doesn't work is not more one-touch make-ready. And we think that there's an important distinction that is erased between simple and complex. That's important here.
Yeah, and really from a charter perspective, we would disagree with being able to do or being required to do the comm space make-ready, mainly because in the same sense from a safety reliability perspective, we don't want other entities moving our lines, which could cause outages, again, for our customers as well, right? So we would not want to be in that space to move others or have them move us.
How many approved contractors are there in the state?
For survey or for construction?
Survey, sorry. Well, maybe both.
We have, I guess, Kentucky Power, because of the AEP relationship, we have at least 20 approved companies. Now, they have to find resources for Kentucky Power, but we have at least 20 companies on hand that we could reach out to for resources.
Is that more of an issue for the other utilities? Or everybody feels like they have adequate access to contractors?
So let me say, we have adequate access to companies that have contractors, but them having resources is still the bottleneck.
Yeah, it's still the problem.
Is that a?
That was where I was gonna go. Yeah, we know, we have contacts, we meet with a number of companies, but then when you try to contract with them, we've got so much they can provide, and it may not be what we completely need. So yeah, but there are, I would think about contractors for construction. I can think of cooperatives across the state are using 10 different ones. I can think of many names. So there's a number of them, but some of them are smaller, larger, whatever. But still, when you try to reach out and do a contract with them for an amount of resources, it varies, availability.
Okay.
And when you're competing for a scarce resource, obviously, we're driving up cost, right? So that's the other thing I would just mention here, that I think you can find them if you're willing to pay for them.
And give them time to be developed. Because again, you can't just pick them up on a street corner.
That's right.
So finding those resources in a 30-day period can be a challenge.
Anything else on this issue?
and we can go back to this morning's discussion if you guys want to, after we cover, what was our final agenda item?
Did we skip over the payment delays issue?
Oh, payment?
Yes.
Yeah, we weren't necessarily doing an order, we were trying to
There was definitions
prioritize.
that need clarification, any definitions that
Yeah,
need
but,
clarification.
I think we're gonna have time, I think without Chairman Chandler here. Move a little more smoothly, I didn't even know that was gonna be funny. But, yeah, I mean, we may well have time to go through every one of these agenda items. We were trying to do some time management because we took so long on the whole morning on the first couple. But if you want to talk about payment, that's okay. The next thing that we were going to propose is any definitions that people think need tweaking in the regs. But let's go ahead.
Go with payment.
Yeah.
Payment is important,
Shoot.
it turns out,
Yep.
yes, to our clients. I mean, and I think that there's a significant amount of overlap between our proposal and then what I saw that the IOU owners filed as well. But in light of some of the difficulties that we have experienced as the cooperatives in terms of getting payments, we thought, and as we had discussed in prior meetings, it would be helpful to have an opportunity for a utility to say, you know what, we're going to need you to send us some form of security for the payment that you're likely to have so that we can draw down on that. And that takes out, as a practical matter, what the goal of that is to do is to take out the back and forth between the submission of the invoice and the return of the approval and that sort of stuff, to cut that time out of the equation so that then the utility receives the payment on time and can move on to the next step. And there can be a reporting or some sort of accounting in that process. But in terms of the proposal that we've made, the idea is some utilities may find it very helpful to seek that sort of a fund in order to make sure they've got funds available when cost time arrives. And just by way of illustration, for example, I know of at least one cooperative whose invoices for payment are equal to or greater than most cooperatives' margin for the whole year. So it's a significant financial exposure for the cooperatives to have that level of money outstanding if the work is going to proceed, and that's sort of the practical background against which we propose that.
And I think in our previous meetings, people were generally not opposed to doing something like that. Am I right, or is there anyone who's?
What's wrong with that? Anyone?
Jeff Garrick from Charter. In general, so we've had our share of, I guess, payment challenges on both sides, both in receiving the invoices and sometimes timely paying them. But in general, once we figure the process out collectively, we can turn an invoice in, call it 7 to 10 days. So I'm confused by the reference to being out monies for a significant amount of time. I can't see why, we would need any sort of escrow. I might be missing the point.
Well, I don't know what exactly the co-op's motivation was, but for proposing this, part of our motivation, and we do kind of share the view of the co-ops on this, but our primary motivation was as a time-saving proposal, so that there doesn't need to be an invoice waiting for a payment. Did we get the invoice? Where's the invoice? Oh, we thought we sent the payment. We didn't send the payment. If those things can be eliminated, lots of time can be saved. And what we're talking about is an escrow account, or I believe the co-ops are calling it a deposit fund, that's there so that when the attaching entity says approved, sends an email, or I think in LG&E and KU system, they can either currently denote, or the software can be modified to denote that they approve. There's an automatic draw from that escrow. You eliminate the transaction back and forth between the parties, which can be a cause of delay. So we propose this as more as a time-saving proposal than it was protecting the amount of money. Although I don't mean to suggest that's not also important.
Is the 7 to 10 days, is that accurate? Is that typical? Is that what
That-
we're talking about here? Yeah, to turn around
that they
invoice?
can turn around. I have no idea. I'll let Pam and Jason and John speak to that.
And I'm happy to speak to that. So, and I would agree with Eric's comments that I think the objective here was that this would be a time shrinking mechanism, so that we're not sending paper checks back and forth and arguing about who got what when and that sort of thing. But I think that invoices can be turned in 7 to 10 days. I think-
Is that happening?
I
Are
think the
people
cooperative-
arguing back and forth with who sent an invoice and whether it was paid? Is that something that's causing delays?
That is something that we've experienced.
NKU
Is
as
that in
well.
the past, or are we still having problems in that area? Because I thought that was getting worked out. Are we still finding that?
I think it has improved, but I also think that, I think it varies month to month.
Okay.
And varies utility to utility. I still hear of issues like that.
And I wouldn't characterize them necessarily as problems, but the payment process from Charter is time-consuming. It's 7 to 10 days, I think, is on the shorter end. What's been represented to us is it takes about 14 days for a payment request to enter into their business planning department for authorization, and then the check is cut 14 days after that. And that's when it functions the way that it's been described to us as how it works. So to Mr. Langley's point, if there's a liquid account of money that we can draw from, and for instance, make ready estimate is approved, those 14 days go away, and we can send that make ready construction work to the construction crews the next day, once that payment clears. But as it is, we're waiting for the payment to clear Charter's offices and then reach us before we can begin the construction work.
So we're still mailing checks back and forth?
Yes.
Okay.
It also cuts down on what I would call like hunt and peck, having to follow up on the thing that's missing that was sent 2 weeks ago. That takes a lot of time when you start adding up the number of times it happened.
Is there a suggested amount that you would want in that fund from each carrier?
Well, that's explicitly an open question in our regulation, and we're hoping to have some conversation that might help us eliminate that better. It would seem, as a conceptual matter, that should be tied to the anticipated number of attachments and the estimated make-ready cost. I know those can vary wildly, and I don't know if others have feedback or thoughts on that, but that was a question I was hoping we might get some clarity on today from our perspective.
Do we have anyone from the attachers who would like to tackle that? About an amount that, if we did such escrow account or deposit fund, what would be an appropriate amount?
I'll just reiterate my position that I don't know that this is gonna save time in the end, because while you might save time on the processing, we're not gonna let a pile of money sit out there unchecked, and so people are gonna be reconciling on the back end. Like I said, if invoices are timely delivered, we can turn them and pay quickly. We've attempted this in other places. It doesn't work as well as it sounds in theory. There are a lot of implications to it. So I don't see this as a time saver.
Been tried elsewhere besides Kentucky?
Yes.
And wasn't seen as a streamlining?
No.
Well, let me ask you a question. If there was a pot of money there, but you got the invoices each month, but they could pull down the funds, but you would still get an invoice so you could track where the money is going, I mean, is that acceptable?
I can't answer that question here today. I think there are accounting folks that probably like to weigh in on that. Again, I don't see it as a time saver. And ultimately, I'll come back to the comment that was made earlier that I don't understand, is that the make-ready work won't start until payment's received. And so if we're delinquent in paying, then we're just delaying ourselves.
But
So
that
there's
has
no-
been the conversation, that they were not getting paid. And so that was delaying it. So I'm not sure
Well, there were.
kind of where the truth is.
There were challenges early on where we weren't getting the invoices, or they thought we were getting the invoices and we weren't getting the invoices. We worked through that. I think there were specific to the co-ops, I think there were some challenges on both sides, keep me honest. But I think we've worked through the majority of those. I'm not gonna say that every invoice gets paid perfectly, there's a lot of volume. And there probably still are challenges on both sides. I don't see putting a pot of money out there that can be pulled without checks and balances as a viable solution.
Oh, I don't think we were even envisioning there wouldn't be checks and balances. I was assuming there would still be invoices issued, electronically. It's just that there wouldn't need to be this processing time. And whether it's 7 days, 10 days, or 60 days, if we're looking for low-hanging fruit to pick on the overall time that it takes to go from start to finish, this is an easy and a ripe pick.
From the Kentucky Power standpoint, our thought would be in the checks and balances arena, we would not pull any money from that account without a specific email saying, yes, we approve this estimate, please move forward pulling money from the account. So that would be the checks and balances.
A counter proposal I would offer is that there are some poll owners that still require paper checks. And there's a time to process a paper check, there's a time to deliver a paper check, there's a time to get it to the bank and get it submitted. We've offered up in prior meetings that we're more than willing to pay by ACH or wire transfer, which takes significant time out of that payment process. So if there's an openness from poll owners to take more timely methods of payment, that kind of keeps the current process in place, but also speeds the timeline.
Are these the smaller, more rural utilities?
I think it's a mix.
Who still requires a paper check?
I think it's a mix.
It's a mix.
Does anyone want to speak to that, about whether that's a possibility?
It absolutely is.
This is Jeremy Gibson with Duke Energy. We allow ACH
We do too.
or paper check, whatever they want.
Anyone want to own up to still requiring paper checks?
I think, well, we're speaking on behalf of the cooperatives. I know some cooperatives accept ACH and some, I'm not sure if all do, so I can't speak comprehensively.
So maybe before the next meeting, we see whether that's a possibility. I mean,
Well,
escrow accounts may be a solution, but that might be a simpler solution.
Is there anybody else? on
This is Jeremy with Duke Energy again. One of the biggest problems we find with ACH and just payments as a whole for Make Ready is the invoice number is not always referenced. So when a check comes in or ACH payment is made, it does not get applied to anything. It just sits on account because we don't know where to put it. So we try and work through that continually and stress that if there's no reference to the invoice number, it's just going to just sit there until we find out about it. So I don't know if other IOUs have that experience, but just wanted to throw that out. That is one of the issues we see.
Kentucky Power
Yeah.
would agree with that.
Yeah, so with LG&E and KU. It becomes a little bit of a accounting chase on the back end
Because you're
sometimes.
going to look for the
If there's not, if you don't have that,
invoice number.
Correct.
Right.
Or if a payment is for multiple invoices, so it's one lump sum, and I have to figure out which ones it goes with because they didn't give me the invoice numbers. It could be 4 invoices lumped into one payment, and no invoice number was referenced, so I have no idea where to apply it.
So in that situation, if you had the escrow account and you pulled that money down, then you would send an email to them or whatever, an invoice, and say this money was drawn down for this invoice number.
Yes. I would send an email that says, do you agree and are you willing to pay this cost? And I am planning to pull it from your account. Once they say yes, then I would send them an invoice marked paid because I've already pulled the money, and they would have the record that matches the application.
Okay.
and I would just point out that approval step exists already today in our process. So before we provide the invoice, we provide something called a make-ready cost statement. And once the attacher approves that make-ready cost statement, that's when they get the invoice. So
Okay.
so we're not invoicing them for something that they don't want to do.
Right.
And so that approval step really already exists. You could go from that directly into drawing down on the account and eliminate the whole invoicing process. You would still do it for accounting purposes, but in terms of waiting on it, the
Right.
time could be eliminated.
And that approval is very important. And, you know, acceptance of the cost is still a really crucial point in the process.
I was kind of say, similar.
Okay.
There has been some.
Yeah, the only thing I would add too, from a charter perspective on the invoicing complication, right, that Mr. Gibson spoke to as well, is that we often get multiple projects back on the same invoice. So we have the same kind of division issue, right, on the backside of, right, we may have requested separate applications in completely separate areas, but then they get invoiced back from the owners together and jointly. So we have to do that reconciliation, which also leads to time as well.
Trying to think about what you did. So there are, is it one invoice per application?
That's KU's practice. We'd create a discrete invoice for each make-ready cost estimate.
We would have to at Kentucky Power because we bill for the engineering after the fact. So the engineering piece is on one invoice and it's for multiple, it's basically a monthly or to every 6 weeks. And it's for anything that's been engineered for that attacher, so it could be multiple applications once the engineering is complete. But the make-ready cost would be specific invoice for specific application.
Yeah, and let me clarify, for LG&E and KU, that's the same. So, so the single invoice per application that Mr. LaFollette just referred to was in the context of the make-ready.
Is that something we need to?
That is the same with Duke Energy as well.
Is that something we need to put in a reg? I mean, can we agree that that needs to happen? That we need to have clear single billing for single, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just going to agree that cooperatives follow that practice. The ones that I'm aware of follow that same practice, invoicing on a project by project.
Does anybody think it's better idea not to? I mean, okay.
This is Jeremy Gibson again with Duke Energy. One of the issues we faced with invoicing individually is we've had where attachers, because there are so many invoices to do, they get behind, and when we go to invoice for it, they come back and say, well, that project's closed, we don't have any funding set up for that. I've heard that excuse many a times. So trying to invoice on an individual basis has never succeeded from our perspective, which is why we invoice the engineering for multiple requests at one time.
Can someone from an attacher address that? About whether they're being told that the funding for that project is closed?
Well, specific to Duke, that is very problematic for us because they often bulk Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky on a single invoice. And we do accounting by what we call MAs or management areas, which are vastly different.
So to that response, our contracts are state specific, not set up how charter has defined their areas. So we do invoice by state and by contract. So we don't make them available. We don't separate it out by each specific company's boundaries. To manage that would be a huge burden on the utility owner with the amount of attachers we have and all the different areas they have. It's just not possible.
definitions?
Sure, which would likely include priority projects. I know LG, have you said a comment about that?
We did. We proposed several changes to the definitions, but the one specific to priority projects was an entirely new definition that basically tracked the language of Senate Joint Resolution 175 and specifically identified priority projects as those projects that were reaching unserved or underserved areas through government funding, BEAD, RDOF, and other grants. The reason we proposed a definition is because there are several other places within our proposed revisions to the rule where we've used that term. So for example, one of them was a new provision within Section 2 that essentially said that utilities could discriminate in favor of priority projects, given the importance that the legislature has placed on them. In another place, I think the additional notice provision that we had proposed was specifically tied to priority projects. That's why we included the definition. I don't think the definition itself is controversial because it follows the joint resolution, but the way that we've used it, I think in those two places, there may be a third within the substantive rules are issues that we've, I think, already, or mostly already addressed today, with the exception of the Section 2 revision regarding discriminatory access.
So if we end up using the term priority project in any of the reg changes, it would make sense to define it. The proposed definition is priority project means a broadband deployment project funded by the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment BEAD program, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, state broadband grants, and local direct broadband deals. Does that sound adequate?
I would say the only thing that we need to consider in there from a priority perspective is that there are priority projects that may not come from one of those subsidized funding sources, which is the volume that we're speaking to. But for instance, I can share that we've got an agreement locally for 40 schools. It's not specific to one of these funding sources, but we can't say that goes to the back of the line, right, and everything else trumps it. We need a way to say, within the grand scheme of all things, right, that we are able to put that in a priority manner.
So that's not funded by one of these methods?
May I ask a question? Would what you described fall within the local direct broadband deals? Honestly, we didn't know exactly what that was. We were just tracking the language of the joint resolution.
No, it wouldn't. What we've seen mostly with what we call the local direct broadband deals is maybe where a county specifically, like we have a county that has RDOF money. It also has state grants like round one, but then there's also a local county contract, right, where they've come forward for other, census block groups that may not have been covered by those others, and that is what is typically deemed a direct deal. Right, but we may have other expansion projects like the school one that I referenced, or, enterprise level customers, those types of things that we need to also make sure in the fold and in the mix.
So public interest or
Correct.
economic development?
Yes.
Would that be a way to add to the definition? Or?
It could be. Yeah.
I would say from the cooperative perspective, I'm not sure if we require a definition or not. That's part of the reason we wanted to have direct negotiations with the parties, because if the parties can specify what their preferences are, then it's not an undiscriminatory, or it's not a discriminatory practice. If an order is being determined based upon charter, for example's preferences, that's not non-discriminatory. That's their preference on that, and that we should be able to proceed in that order. And that would short circuit the possibility of having to define those sorts of exceptional circumstances we were just talking about.
And I would echo that comment in terms of us wanting to have some flexibility to work that through with poll owners, right? I mean, otherwise we're going to start drafting to every exception, right? Because we clearly won't know what those are, and then we have some flexibility based on what they have in their possession to communicate to them what our priorities are and how we want to sequence things. So we would agree with that.
I don't think the question, though, was that we were trying to address had to do with any specific attacher's priority, but it had to do with the priority of this underserved community and rural broadband build-out versus business as usual. So what we're saying is that this broadband build-out is important, and we want to prioritize that work ahead of what might be business as usual. So it wasn't necessarily any specific attacher's priority.
And to clarify the cooperative viewpoint, I agree with that. Our view is that's the attacher's determination to make and to answer for.
But if it's two different attachers, they'll have two different priorities, right?
Well, and, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It also seems that the joint resolution, though, wasn't so much aimed at these other projects. I mean, they were the legislature was pretty specific on the projects that were the aim of that joint resolution. And so it's not that we think that they ought to be given priority. We just think that's what the legislature was directing the commission to do, which is to give.
To the extent any of us had other priorities.
Yeah.
Right.
We're told that we
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, we were simply trying to follow the resolution there.
And that's the through line that drives all of our proposals, right? We were following the commission's order that we make recommendations to amend the regulation in furtherance of SJR 175.
Charter?
I think it is important, though, to understand that there is a need to do that level of prioritization, though, and that from an attacher perspective, within at least our own body of work, we need the ability to communicate what goes in from a priority standpoint, right? Because certain things may come to us in a certain timeline, but their deadlines could then be different, and we may have to reshuffle our own work, but by a plan and a conversation with the pole owners.
By the same token, we want to make sure we don't deprioritize other work. So if an individual, customer comes to us, if an individual customer comes to us, for example, and asks for service, we don't want that customer to have to go behind years of pole applications for rural build that might not be due in the immediate term. So while building rural broadband is certainly a priority, we don't want to deprioritize other emerging needs as they come up.
Do you feel that you're constrained at this point? I mean,
No,
are you being made to deprioritize?
Most of the pole attachers allow us to move things around and reprioritize, which we appreciate. Not all of them do. But it's certainly helpful.
From a pole owner perspective, it's gonna depend on where it is in the process, if it can be reprioritized. If we've already, if I got a bead project in that has already started engineering, I don't wanna stop that project because they got a new customer yesterday and bump them ahead of the other attacher's new customer that came last week. I'm not gonna stop an existing project and move to something else. I'm gonna finish that project. So the reprioritizing is a problem.
Okay.
And I shouldn't give them a competitive advantage over somebody else who got an application last week for one customer that had a sense of urgency.
And we agree with that.
Okay.
Is there a first come, first served basis priority currently?
We do
for
first in,
approved
first out.
applications?
And we're not, just to be clear, we're not asking for priority over any other attacher. But if you finish an application and now you're ready for the next one, does it matter if it's one that we submitted a day ago or a week ago or a year ago? We just like to be able to work with the pole owners to say what is important.
And I know that you're asking for flexibility. How is that communicated?
Answer that.
Currently, or how can it be communicated?
So currently, depending on the pole owner, it can be communicated a myriad of ways, but most likely we have most commonly bi-weekly meetings with each of the pole owners and/or kind of engineering teams. And so those priorities are discussed on those. And then ones with higher volumes, right, we have kind of a monthly cadence where we project and forecast that out.
Are you seeing a lot of movement in those priority orders?
I wouldn't say a lot of movement. Some of it, though, is relative to just where we are from a backlog perspective,
Okay.
where they may have been first in, but now we don't need them first out.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
See, someone said
I would add-
earlier,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry, no.
Go right ahead, I was gonna change the subject.
I was just gonna say, though, that I think that we've done a good job of addressing this with our high-volume plan. We've got a system
Yeah.
down, it appears to be working, I think we're all good. However, the one thing I do wanna note here is that this prioritization lends itself to the misconstruing of aging backlog, right?
Okay.
When you're moving stuff around all of the time, if you consistently put something at the bottom of your priority and then show back up at some point and say, why haven't you got this done yet? You're outside the tariff. That's artificial in the sense that you prioritized it there. That's why it didn't get done. And I think that has lent itself to some of these, when we get to talking about backlog again.
Okay.
This will come back up. We see this consistently with the age of some of these applications of being prioritized low by the attacher and then asking the question about why they're not being completed in a timely manner.
And who's asking that question, the attacher?
The attacher.
And the counter argument is, we're having to reprioritize a lot of this work because it wasn't processed timely to begin with. And so now.
But why wasn't it
I'd have
processed?
to leave that to
Were there, is it errors? Is it?
No, I think that this goes back to the larger conversation that we had around incomplete applications or engineering that was not up to par.
Okay.
And the back and forth related to that and where the shot clock, as we've been referring to it, starts and sort of get wrapped back around that axle. But I would not agree with that point. I would challenge that on the aging of the applications.
So a lot of this, we probably can't fix with regs, but that might be one area that we can absolutely craft some regs to help make some sense of that process. So
Again, I would add that in this particular instance, we have addressed that issue and we're in a good spot with our high volume plan, but the backlog and the prioritization of the aging there has been an issue.
And
I would agree is, we have seen that in the past where, we politely say we don't want to work a priority list. And when we finally agree to or have agreed to in the past, they say, they give us a list and say, here's what's priority, everything else we're not worried about. And then while we're working that priority list, somebody else reaches out and says, hey, where are these other ones at that have been sitting? And we're like, well, we're working your priority list as you requested. They're like, well, we need these too. And we're like, so you're prioritizing and jumping around continuously and having people constantly say you're behind, as he had just mentioned, you're not meeting your time frames. One instance recently, we have found that in one of our areas, the communication company's territory is split up into multiple areas. And in doing that, they have a RDOF and BAU division for each area. So you have the attacher has their territories split out, and each territory is fighting for the same work contractually. So you have, in essence, 4 different groups asking for the same stuff and asking for it to be prioritized, and it's not being communicated internally. So that's what we have seen from our perspective. Priority list, they're nothing but a mess. Let me just say that. That's why we do first in, first out.
And I guess we can agree the priority lists are a mess, but the reason the mess exists is because we've got how many polls in the backlog? 48,000 polls in the backlog. We resolved the backlog issue, and the priority list goes away, right? Then it will be first in, first out.
So
Okay.
it's a good step if we can agree what we disagree on. And that's when we can start to look for real solutions.
Yeah.
So at one point, earlier in the day, I'd heard that there were 45,000 in the backlog, but it was down to 40, or you'd cleared off 5,000 of those, or where's the 48,000 coming from?
And if I might, just, it would be helpful to me to understand what backlog means, all right? I mean, it connotes that there's a violation of a reg to me. I don't know, I mean, that's not the word that was used, it just says backlog. But I would be interested to know if someone can elucidate that, because the numbers that we're hearing of 45,000 backlog are not close to what we believe are in the appropriate regulatory path.
Should we take a 10-minute break and then come back and talk about backlog? And then if you need to pull any information on, so we're all looking at the right numbers, I think that would be helpful. Is that okay?
before anything is projected up there, we'd like to hear everybody's definition of backlog. So we're gonna talk about backlogs, but we'd like to, a clear definition of backlog, if we could get that one.
I can start with our definition of backlog, so Heather Day from Charter. It's really, if I guess use the chairman's word earlier, what we have tendered to the poll owners, right? So what we have turned in with an application and our survey information.
What has been tendered with survey?
Yes.
And then has not been acted upon?
Correct.
Okay. Who else wants to weigh in?
I mean, I'll say from the cooperative, we didn't, it's not our term, and so we didn't really have a definition. I was confused as to what it
Okay.
was. Yeah.
And the way that we've broken out our categories of applications, I think probably the closest thing would be a still active category, meaning that polls were submitted at a given point in time and they are still part of active applications, meaning they haven't been released to Charter yet.
And I would just add that I think the distinction between what Ms. Day just said and what we're looking at is we have these statuses, right? So you have stuff that's in a draft status, and then it goes to submitted. We're counting submitted, and I think you guys are counting all of those, the draft and submitted together.
And so from submitted, you have a number, and it's not close to.
Correct. And essentially what you
48,
have there is you
40,000.
have the limits, right? So up to this point, you have the 0 to 300, 301 up to 1,000, and we now have the high volume plan where they're submitting 3,500 per month. But that limits what's going to be submitted. And so we are counting the clock on things that are submitted and actively working those. And ones that are in that draft status, we do not count.
And do you all know which ones are in draft status and which ones are in submitted status?
We do within, like, as Mr. Jones said, the catapult system, but not every poll owner categorizes them in a consistent way, right? Which is why we kind of just use what I would call as the gross volume of what we have tendered, right? Because different owners may have had different thresholds, caps, or those types of things, right? So basically, if they leave our hands and we turn them in, right, we tender them, we're counting them.
And you're at a point where you can't take any further action. You have to wait for them to take action.
Correct, and some of those can also be in a partial, right? There are times where they could be in a partial mix, they're in the make-ready, they're in different flights of the process. And as we spoke to also, there are times where, right, certain applications may have a cap of 40 polls or 50 polls, but that entire run for us to activate the entire grouping, right, may be made up of 3 applications. Other times it's 1, sometimes it's 7, right? So, you know, for us to do the whole build, it could be a variety of volume of actual applications.
All right. Now, who wants to share a screen and explain what we're looking at?
So we had the presentation that we provided last time around, so we were just gonna kind of go back, maybe even just one slide, as simple as this. And just kind of walk through that real quick, I guess, if you want, Heather.
Okay. So this is, again, nothing new, but it's not updated, so that I would clarify, right? So these numbers may be different than things we have worked through over the last, 45, 60 days, because our last meeting was in March, so this was as of the close of February.
This is end of
Right, so
February
this
numbers.
is, this was our submission last month, right? So, and really focusing on that pending overall column. So that's the number articulated earlier today.
Can you blow that up some more?
So there's 128,000
You know, if we have
total.
control.
Well,
Pending would be 48,000.
yeah,
According to
I
how
think
they
that,
count it.
I think that 80,000 on there is what they anticipate in round 2.
Okay, yeah.
128 is a projected number.
Correct, so it's the very first column. So
Okay.
this slide we used as kind of a total, right? That next piece was really forecasting, which is the Commonwealth's round 2.
When you look at your round 2 forecasting, do you break it out by month?
We don't, those are the round two that aren't signed by the state yet. So that is just, as we kind of discussed last month, a very general projection or forecast that we've provided the various poll owners based on what we have been awarded, or what was announced, if you will, by county. Our guesstimation of the poll owners' percentage of each one of those relative counties at a 20 poll per mile volume, right? So it's simply that, it's a forecast or a projection of what's to come. Once those are signed, right, then we'll start to execute all of the necessary steps, right, that then.
What's the time period for that forecast?
So that, the forecast, we expect to have those signed, within the next 36, couple months, right? They were awarded back in the fall, or announced back in the fall. Once we have them signed, we are doing current walkouts of that now, even prior to the signature, so that we can get ahead of that. And so as soon as we get those signatures, right, we'll then be communicating with the various poll owners and tendering those.
And Heather, it might be helpful, and obviously you weren't in a position to kind of update this on the fly, but, you know, this is about roughly 2 months old, right,
Correct.
the data. So what are kind of the, I guess, key changes or maybe noteworthy changes if there's a, you know, obviously
Sure.
just back of the envelope.
Yeah, so back of the envelope, I mean, we're not quite through April nearly, right? But for the month of April, we've gotten about 5,000 polls approved back, which is about twice the amount that we had per month in the first quarter of this year. So Q1 of this year, we averaged about 2,500 polls back per month. That's approved and back, so that's through all the necessary steps, right? So not anything in flight, but approved and back. And so we've had some noteworthy pieces, right, where we've had, and again, I don't think from a high volume piece, right, we've executed, right, we're in a very infancy stage. Where it was effective in March, we turned in that first batch. We've met on the make-ready estimates of that. We're processing the invoices as of real time this week, right, and then to turn that out. So the execution of that we haven't seen, but, you know, I think we doubled in about a 600-700 range. I don't know, Mr. Jones, if that sounds kind of right to you, of what we've gotten back in the month of April is what I show approved back. But again, that's not necessarily a high volume picture, right, in total because of what had been in flight. Fleming Mason, we've gotten 1,200 back, which is a great run rate, and actually puts them at the run rate we need to be at, so that's been tremendous progress. We did have a large volume come in from inter-county. I know, you know, Sean, we met, and I think Mr. Is here, that we walked through that and identified kind of 1,000 or 1,100 that were ready to come back to us, but just weren't kind of cleaned up or marked within the all-in-one system. So we certainly saw a surge there. I think unfortunately they had aged a bit, but we saw that surge come in.
And are you
within the
still
past month.
submitting as they clear, or you've stopped submitting for now?
No, we still continue to submit.
And I think one of the, you know, this isn't intended to be argumentative, but, you know, this almost takes us back to the first item on the agenda, which was a little bit of a not shared position, right, on the status of various applications, you know, and the status of polls. And, you know, we're happy to kind of see an alternative view, right, of kind of their data, right? But right now, we're kind of talking past each other to some degree. I don't know, Heather, if that's a fair.
I think so in some terms, right? I would say a lot of it's just been really taking each groups of information, right? Sean and I've spent a lot of time screen sharing, going, what do you have, what do we have, back and forth, and doing matchups at a very individualized level to kind of find it. It's just really, we need to get to the point where that not only are we on the same page from a volume perspective, but we're getting the volume back, right? And that's, I think, still our biggest caveat in most places. It's not all, but most.
Well, this has been shared before at a
Yes.
previous one of these meetings.
Yes, so this was, I guess, public record from the last.
It's been-
It's been filed in this case.
So all of the utilities have had an opportunity to compare their own numbers with these numbers. What comments do we have?
Yeah, so, and I'm sorry, I wasn't really planning on
Oh,
getting into the
it's okay.
backlog today, so I'm doing a little bit of this from memory, so help me out, Heather, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Did that include the 7,000 cleanup, or was the 7,000 taken out of that number?
It would not include it because the 7,000 is in Catapult and not in Prism, our system. So that was stuff we had submitted but already cleaned on our end, but not unfortunately out of your system. So that's a catapult cleanup.
Okay, and this is one of the challenges that we face, if I could just explain this real quickly, is that we've talked about this in one of the previous informal conferences, but this concept of the draft versus the submitted for us was originally intended as a benefit to the attachment, to the attacher. It gave them a sandbox, if you will, where they could go through their designs, do different routes, whatever they wanted, and we didn't need to pay attention to it until it was submitted. And so a lot of attachment customers use it for that. At one point, Charter was doing that. I don't think they're doing it anymore. They're trying to clean that up. But just as an example, we had 7,000 applications or 7,000 polls in applications that need to be cleaned up and deleted. And so when we try to look in our system and try to do a one-to-one comparison to what they have created here, it's very difficult because there are those older applications that are no longer valid but haven't necessarily been cleaned up. And so when we start counting things that are in that draft status, it gets very messy very quickly. And so that's why, that's just another reason that the one-to-one comparison is complicated. You know, like I said, we count those submitted applications.
And again, that was not something that we had asked anyone to be prepared for today.
Yeah.
But, I mean, maybe at the next meeting, if we can have updated numbers and if we get an opportunity to compare them. And maybe we have to wait till after we get these regs promulgated and talk about that as a more general, long-term discussion.
And I would, just to tie one other point together from earlier, in our overall approach that we talked about and this kind of disagreement or different views that we have there with the KBCA and the concept of the high volume plan, I think that what we see in leveraging the high volume plan that the commission has included in the reg is we see a path forward. You know, we're talking about what do we do about this backlog? We can't start counting the same way until we get this cleaned up or that cleaned up. What the high volume plan has done is we've laid out a path forward in which, in that particular instance with that attacher with Charter, they laid out what they needed to meet their project timelines, and we've committed to providing them that. And so it includes the backlog. And so there is a path forward or an opportunity here, leveraging the existing regulation, and we think that's why the high volume plan as a whole makes sense moving forward as a mechanism to solve these problems.
Can I ask a clarifying question on your numbers?
Sure.
So on your forecast, and I'm thinking Kentucky Power only, your forecast is like 1,400 and something. And that's based on 20 poles per mile for however many miles. What I don't see up here are the telephone company pole owners who could be interspersed in those numbers. So what you're calling Kentucky Power could be Kentucky Power and AT&T and Windstream.
No, it would just be Kentucky Power. So we have a footnote at the very bottom that if the volume was so low, which is what we found typically with Windstream, AT&T, in the expected areas, right, we showed them kind of in a miscellaneous category, right? We don't have them broken out on here. And so, but again, it's a guesstimation of what we believe that Kentucky Power has in a specific county times that 20 pole a mile.
So I guess I just want to make sure we understand that in a pole line, it could be Kentucky Power poles, the entire line. It could be 3 poles Kentucky Power, 2 poles AT&T, 20 poles Kentucky Power. And those have to be worked in conjunction or your project's never going to make it through either.
That's correct.
So I just want to make sure when we start trying to change any regulations, we understand that it could potentially be 3 parties working together. And that's where I think either the high volume or some other maybe 3-way could be better than prescripting it into the regs.
So the 48,000, what do we need to do to start moving those along and getting those cleaned up? What's your view? And what's the?
Our view has been that we've set really kind of individualized meetings with different poll owners based kind of on size and scale and where they are from a deadline process, and we're going through kind of what we call OLT, but group by group, right? And balancing them, right? And then really working on what are the timelines to get them back. But that's what we need, is the timeline to get them back once we're balanced.
And I can speak to, we work for a subset of these poll owners and have been involved in some of those meetings, as Heather said. And, I can speak positively to say, that, as Heather alluded to, those numbers are coming down. But really more importantly than that, I think the poll owners are really engaged. And I think the poll owners we talked with at lunch had changed out over 300 polls last month, right? It's just poll change outs. And so I think the point is they are very engaged in trying to do their part here. And I do think that number, I think that number is lower today, a good bit lower today, in the cases where I'm familiar with the specifics.
So 300 a month in the past month or so. How does that compare with what was being done?
I don't know. That was purely anecdotal.
Okay.
But it's, again, that's just polls that have been changed out. That's not total polls that have been addressed. That's, poll replacements. So that's represents a small subset of what's being done.
And I think this was mentioned earlier, but I believe it bears repeating. I think the co-ops mentioned it, about this connotation between backlog and something being late. And we talk about what do we need to do to get these things moving. And I just want to make that distinction, that just because something is in what we're referencing here as backlog doesn't mean we're necessarily out of regulation, outside the tariff, or that something isn't getting done that needs to get done. We can look at these numbers provided here about Kentucky Utilities, and like I said, we have a plan in place. This is going to be addressed. All of these are going to be processed in the time that they're needed to be processed. So I don't want that to be misconstrued as Kentucky Utilities has 18,000 polls that are somehow out of compliance here.
And backlog is the term that was used in SJR 175.
Yeah.
So that's what we are being asked to address in our
Understood.
in our regs, and it might be useful to make sure we're all talking about the same thing.
Is that your understanding of the 18,000?
I'm sorry?
Is that your understanding as well?
That it's what we have pending, or what we had, I should say, right, pending at the time the data was pulled.
It's what we have pending in what we call our backlog, so they are submitted. Some of those could be outside the regulation, though. We're not saying that all are, but some could be.
Okay.
May I ask a question? What does the commission consider to be the backlog? Because ultimately, that's what's important if we're trying to craft a resolution to the backlog, is what the commission.
Objection that calls for a conclusion. I think that's what we're here to determine.
I think one of the challenges we have, and I don't mean to oversimplify this, is that we don't necessarily have a competing view of these numbers, right? We're being kind of told our numbers are imprecise, and we'll concede that to some degree. But are we 50% off? Are we 75% off? Are we 20% off, right? Because that's materially relevant to how we look at these numbers, right? So if somebody's going to say, well, the backlog's only 10,000, that's one thing. But if somebody's going to say it's 40, that's something else, right? And I think, this is kind of our good faith attempt to kind of represent what we believe to be the status of our filings, right? I mean, some of them may in fact be an application that's incomplete, but I would suggest that 99% of that is not an incomplete application, right? They're somewhere in the process And we, again, have not seen kind of a competing view of those numbers.
And I want to kind of add to that point and clarify, which is, they're at some point, from the ones that I'm familiar with, they're at some point in the process. Very few polls that I'm familiar with are sitting waiting for somebody to do something. They are being fielded or being reviewed by a make-ready engineer, or they're being, engineered by a higher level engineer, or they're being worked through the construction process. So I think those numbers are at various points throughout the process. And I think one of the things that I've learned through this is that sharing the status of where they are in the process is beneficial to I think your feeling about where they are. They're not all sitting at the starting line waiting to go. They're all, at different points in flight through the process.
I think that, to Sean's point, is important. It's the visibility, but then it's also the timetable of that visibility, right? And so that's what, I think the combination is what we need. I think there has been a little, and anybody correct me, of the ones that we've had kind of joint conversations on, there's been very little dispute on the grand total of the volume.
So, we don't have a definition for backlog. Is it impossible to give us accurate numbers? I mean, how
No.
close could we get?
I guess if they want joint, we could submit down to the detail level of what we have kind of in our systems. And then all teams could balance against those and submit where they are in the process is probably the best way to view it. I don't know what you think, Sean.
Does anyone think that's helpful? Does anyone think that's not helpful? I mean, is that useless to try and reconcile our numbers?
Well, I think, it's operationally required on our end, right? Which is what we're working through.
I would say, speaking strictly from my perspective, that's the work we've been engaged in. I would submit that requires real man hours that take away from other work. And so, it's important, and we've been working on it. I think continually redoing it is not productive.
Okay.
The one
That's fair.
thing that I would just put out there is, and Paul Werner, I guess I'm gonna prompt you on this, is, I'm struggling to kind of understand how the regulations are practically operationalized, right? If there are timeframes, right, and obviously some of that is on us, right? Sometimes we don't, we don't meet our obligations in order for the poll owner to perform, but there are in fact timeframes, right? And we have a proposal on our end to kind of clarify the language around those timeframes, right, to eliminate points of dispute. The chair earlier was kind of manipulating a new concept, and I'm not gonna speak, in his place, but he was trying to say, well, could you kind of create an aggregate time frame, if I can kind of, translate what he was saying, right? But even that aggregate time frame at some point has to be grounded in, well, people are gonna be able to perform on that basis, right? And I do think, Madam Vice Chair, to your point, knowing something about where we are might be relevant to helping us understand where we're supposed to be going. Because if people are saying that the existing regulations and their timeframes can't be executed on, then we kind of need to know why, and we need to know what the alternative is. The number that we're staring at is double the number we have right now, right? We're staring at 80,000 polls, right? So this isn't gonna get easier and it's not gonna get better, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not suggesting that it is, I'm not suggesting that it's easy and that it needs to be immediately done, right? But there is some relevancy to kind of pulling these numbers apart and understanding kind of if the poll owners would slice these numbers in a different way, well, this is an incomplete application. Payment wasn't made here, right? There's been a lot of comments, people haven't made payment, the engineering was wrong, the survey hasn't been performed. Well, then take that number and it doesn't need to be sliced into 20 pieces, but it could probably be sliced into 4 or 5.
So if we're talking about whether we specify the timeframes or we aggregate the timeframes,
Correct.
it would be useful to know where the holdups is along those.
Or what the numbers are that you put together. And Paul, I'm sorry, I spoke a little longer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a lot to add to what I've said before on the timelines. What we need to know is when they start and when they stop. Timelines are in the regulations for a reason. They're intended to be meaningful, and we propose some tweaks to ensure that they conform with the commission's intention in implementing them. And of course, more information about problems is something that we've also highlighted and requested clarity on in the regulations. And ultimately, we don't think the solution is just one kind of open-ended or global project plan. We think the timelines are there, they're necessary, they're useful, and they just need to be complied with.
When you send back the application, do you highlight what the issue is when you send it back? Yeah, so they know.
Well, but I don't even think that's really the issue at hand, though. Again, I don't dispute that there are, I'm sorry, whatever the number was, 120-something thousand, polls in various parts of Charter's process. But all of those aren't necessarily in the poll owner's process. I think that's the issue is, we have one group saying, we're ready to go. We have another group saying there's a regulation that says you can submit whatever 1,000 of these per month, and we're processing those 1,000. But we're happy to provide those numbers that you all asked for. We can pull those out and have them for you next time. We can break this down into some semblance of 4 or 5 categories that make sense.
Would it be helpful for the groups to meet with each other, in between to make sure that?
And we've been doing that.
That's
I mean,
what I thought,
I think we're actually in a pretty good shape
place.
between KU and Charter. Those numbers that are on there, on that chart, may look a little bit ominous. Like I said, there's a plan that's been developed. Everybody's in agreement on it. We're addressing them. Regardless of what stage they're in or where you want to start the clock, we're moving forward and it's getting done.
Is there anything that you were unable to address in that agreement that everyone acknowledges is helping, that we can help referee, or that we can bring up as an agenda item for the next meeting, something you weren't able to solve that maybe we can help with?
I don't think so. I think the only thing that's come out of it that has given us a little bit of pause, the unexpected portion here is the amount of make-ready that we're seeing. We have traditionally seen between 4.5% and 5% make-ready based on the number of polls that are submitted. And that's kind of where that 200 number came from. The 3,500 polls to be engineered came from Charter as what they needed. And I think 5% of that's like 175. We rounded it up a little bit, said we'll do PowerSpace make-ready on 200 polls per month. What we saw out of March was almost 600. So it was about an 18% rate. And, if that's the case, we're going to have to make some adjustments on the amount of construction that we're performing in any given month if that holds true and becomes a pattern. Now, it could just be an anomaly for the first month, but I fear that it may not be when you consider we're building out in rural areas. These are going to be, for us, areas that probably have a single circuit on it, smaller poles, and that this could become a trend. And if it does, that's a lot more construction work than we had anticipated in developing that agreement. But we'll just, we'll ramp up and figure out a way to get it done. I don't think that that's an issue for the commission to address, but it is the one gotcha that we sort of didn't foresee.
That you'd committed to seeing their timelines made real, and that's something you didn't expect, 18%.
Was the amount, yeah.
Now granted, that's in the very first block of engineering work that we've done, so it may not materialize to the extent that Mr. Jones was talking about, but I mean, that was the objective of the plan, was to come up with a solution that was going to allow charter to meet its objectives when it comes to this deployment. And so, you know, if it winds up being the kind of pattern that Mr. Jones was talking about, we can certainly come back to the table and talk about how to make it happen.
And we agree, right, with what Mr. Jones and Mr. LaFollette said as well, that from a charter perspective, we're in the infancy stages, right? So we've only seen kind of the make-ready output, not necessarily the full construction output, but we've turned in kind of 2 full months worth of groupings or batches, right? We're working on that third, and so the communication and the partnership has been phenomenal, right, between both parties. It's just, I think it's more of, we're in a bit of a time thing to see what does true 90 days of completion really look like, to say what tweaks might need to be made.
And respectfully, from the cooperator's position, I don't think there's a lot of extra benefit in marshaling resources into gathering that now, but I would like to see the efforts, the communications between Charter and Sean and his team continuing to ongo, to continue to work through that problem, rather than divert into additional information in this proceeding. I was simply trying to get to some clarity on the use of that term, because I've heard that term before Senate Joint Resolution 175 came up, and I want to make sure that when we use that term, I have an understanding of how we're using it.
The term backlog?
Backlog, correct.
Do you feel like
That
you-
was communicated to somebody who wrote the legislation?
Correct,
Yeah.
yeah, and I think this discussion's been helpful to that point.
Okay. So we have another hour allotted, and if we have items that we haven't discussed that people think are useful, you know, we don't have to dictate the agenda here. If anyone wants to propose something else as a valuable use for another hour of our time while we're all together and we've all taken our Friday off, yeah, please feel free.
Stay another hour.
Vacation?
Is there anything else, we need to address?
Do we need another meeting?
Maybe this is an unfair question. I don't know if you guys have a plan. Will we see a draft regulation next, or?
Well, it's emergency reg, so it won't be the usual promulgation process, but yeah, I mean, it's,
What is the process?
for the emergency regs, I'll need Jeb Penny to give you accurate answers. What I give you will be an amalgamation, in my understanding, that
That's
will
fine.
not be very useful.
Will there be an
Because I've
opportunity?
not done emergency regs myself before. So-
And this may also be something you can't answer, but will there be an opportunity, even if a tight timeframe, to submit written comments?
comment
Oh, yeah,
periods.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, I think that's beneficial, as was mentioned after the lunch break, is that if we've heard what's gone on today, there's been a few new concepts, some clarity, I think, provided, but it might be helpful for us to be able to, all the parties to be able to provide something in writing, and then maybe convene another meeting to have this dialogue, because I do think these meetings are helpful.
Okay, and I think if we can get clarification for you on exactly what our emergency reg process is gonna look like, that maybe that'll come out in the guidance as well.
Sure.
Because I didn't give you a very good answer just now, and I wanna make sure you get one, about what this process is gonna look like for us. The chairman had an emergency, and Jeb Penny said an emergency, and we're gonna do the best we can with this, but I want you to have an accurate answer, so. All right, are we ready to go home? It's a pretty day out there. I'm in
That's when
favor
it's
of,
warming up in here.
I'm in favor of pretty days being spent elsewhere. Unless anybody objects, I think we'll close out today then, and we'll send you some guidance on what we expect in the next meeting, as well as timing for the next meeting, and anything that we need from you guys. And we're also open to filing suggestions and continued filings for suggested changes to these regs that we need to fix, as we're told. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rita.